Where are you?
No! Whee! My bad. I'm Batman.
That's wherever you are.
Bro, I'm
You getting points over there? Okay.
Let's go. Let's meet at sea. Agreed?
Huh? I see.
Let's meet at sea.
Okay. Well, looks like you were just at B. Where'd you go?
No, I wasn't. I was at D actually.
Oh, you were on that D. Okay.
You
Got
have
it.
it other place? No, you just hear me.
Watch us get owned by like pro athletes come in, be like, oh, look at these noobs. Oh man, that is crazy, bro. Okay.
Okay, my game is smoothed out. I guess it takes a lot to like properly
Yeah.
render everything.
It's kind of like Minecraft, where it has to like pre-render the chunks.
Come on, bitch, where you at?
Oh, I'm coming. I'm like Dory. I'm gonna find Nemo.
Makes no sense, dude.
I know.
You do you, bro. I'm not here to judge or anything.
How come I can't? What's with the game, bro? I can't hear like anything. I hear, but I don't hear it. If it makes sense.
Yeah,
No, I'm not even gonna do very high. I'm gonna do high. You said do high, right?
Bro, I'm on low, so you do you, bro. I don't know how to tell you, like.
Well, whatever. You know what? Here, let me try this. Let me try low. Let me see. Whatever gives me better FPS.
Like, here's the thing. Like, quality-wise, it
does absolutely no difference. Okay.
No, okay, it does make a difference here and there, but like.
Honestly, it looks pretty damn good for low.
Yeah, I know.
You sure this is low?
I am 100% sure, my dear.
Oh, I feel like I'm lagging more. But it's probably reloading everything, that's why.
Yeah, it's reloading. Yes, it's. Oh shit! I almost died. Come on, where you at, bitch?
Well, I'm coming. Oh, do I have to do my camera again?
What?
The game redid all my settings. Oh, why is VSync on? Oh, that's bad. I got FreeSync. I don't need that.
No, yeah. Do your set. Do your set.
Help me out, Erdar. What is it that I needed to do?
Do your
film grain. I don't want that. Turn that off.
Yeah, film grain. No. VSync. I would just scratch that. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I got it off. Motion blur is off. Field of view. 90 is probably the best. Any higher is probably gonna lag. Oh, it only goes up to 100 anyway.
Yeah.
I'll do 90 because I'm familiar with 90.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, you just have to like play to like tell. Ignore the.
Okay, so which one is window borderless? Is it going to be windowed?
Windowed or full screen borderless? I think it is.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let me put it back.
Yeah, no worries. I can also look into my settings. Maybe I can guide you a bit. Graphics. Full screen. Wow, why do I have screen? Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, I know I got to do my camera again, so I might do that after we get done with this.
No worries.
Well, not like that we really use it because last time it wasn't. Yeah, the game's running okay.
I think my game just fucking went berserk.
Oh. It's running okay now.
No, okay, there you go.
I mean, there is a lot of detail, bro. I'm looking at the rocks in the wall, and wow.
No, they again.
Little pieces of rocks on the ground, like, jeez.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I dropped down to like 40. Goes up. Oh, you said which one, B or C?
I don't care. Yeah, let's go C, for example.
I think I had enough.
How we are in, like, you know.
Oh, it's out of bounds area?
Probably, I don't know. What graphical presets are you using right now?
Right now I just did high.
Hi, I'm envious. I'm jelly, bro. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Well, it was on very high by default, and honestly, bro, it's the same. It's not. It doesn't change anything. There has to be a tweak. Like maybe there's something in the directory, or did the hack detection might actually not let us.
Yeah, don't fuck your stuff up. Thank you. Okay, let me get some ammo and shit from here. Hi, I'm ready. I think. Am I ready?
Accessing control point.
Whoa, easy there, sunshine, you fucking asshole. Like, how can I can't get out of the room. So I'm confused.
Hold on, let me get out of the seat. Where'd you go?
I'm trying to like get out of here and I can't seem to be able to do that.
Really?
I think I need to like hack something first before I'm in the wrong place.
Oh wow, yeah, that is
Bro, I
interesting.
can't-
Hey,
bro, I
anytime.
can't,
What's
like-
going on? How are you?
I genuinely can't.
What is it doing?
I'm stuck at the spawn point, bro.
Oh wait, where's your spawn point? What do you see?
I'm
You
near
probably
A, I'm
spawned
near
at A because I started at D.
Here's the thing. I think I like might have forgotten to actually get out while
Oh. I
in
think you're over
time.
here, bro. Wow, there's more details on here than the actual. Wait a minute. You would spawn over here. Oh, I see the orange wall. I can't go in here. Yeah.
I fucked up. Where you at? Where you at, Ian?
If you go to A, try to go on the right side of it.
On the right
Where-
side. Okay, on it.
Yeah, this door looks like it's shut. I see a wall, but it has the barrier.
I'm stuck, bro. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I'm by no way to really check coordinates. I don't think, is there? There you are. Bullets are going right through there.
Oh, fuck you, Trix.
No!
Wait, what? What's going on? Oh!
Oh!
I can explain, okay?
Yeah, I see. Well, maybe I'll let you leave now.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Yeah, we'll just have to restart. Yeah, it's letting me now. No, it's not. Oh, yeah, it is. It just.
Is there anything we can do with this developer mode thing? No.
Oh, wait, what?
Shows me my
What?
instances, overriding attachment, physics instance, stats begin. Yeah, it gives me like it tells you like the sizes of things, so that's.
That's cool. I had no idea that was a thing, actually. Where you at? Where you at, bitch?
Same place.
Same place?
They won't let you out?
No, I'm out. I'm out.
I love how the game looks better on OBS than it does on my game. Wow.
Lol.
Wow, I think all my like resources is going to the. Oh! I got to open a control panel and mess with the settings for this game.
I will be careful with that.
No, I know, but what I learned now is I only use like FreeSync from my monitor, not in games, and then like I had to like configure the FPS because if not, it screws things up. Wait, I hear you. Oh, you little sneaky little. Oh God! Where's my armor?
Bro, the bullets fucking matter. Where you hit actually is important and shit. It's not like fucking emptying a full magazine on people.
Right.
Yeah, bro, I'm not used to this combat. Like,
It's so weird, but it like you said though, it's more precise.
yeah, let's meet at B.
Okay. I like the music, bro. Hold on. Sorry, I'm fist pumping.
Bro,
I need to bump the
just
music
used my
up.
jetpack. Jesus Christ.
What happened?
Nothing.
Did you break it again?
No.
Well, here you go, Jim. Now you can test your new monitor in the game, bro. Oh, I already had Star Citizen settings.
Oh.
I killed you?
How'd you kill me?
What
Wait,
the? I got behind you, bro. You didn't see me?
Come on, bitch. Show your face.
Oh, yeah.
We're meeting at B. We're meeting at B. Come on.
They got it.
Let's go. Woo!
30 seconds remaining.
Let's go.
Ooh.
Let's go, bitch. Come on, where you at, Trix? Where you at?
Can't find you. Which one did you go to?
To B. We're going for B.
You going for B?
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. Round over.
That was quick.
Even.
Are we tied?
That
Yeah.
running around almost makes you
Yeah.
wonder why we didn't just stay at home.
How do I have 2 deaths?
Final round.
You died
We
twice.
only have one more shot at this.
Oh, we get up like we got out of bed.
Aye, you ready?
I'm ready. All right, how do
Let's
we?
go for it.
Wait, can we upgrade or anything? What's all this stuff?
I honestly, I have no idea, bro. Not gonna lie
Oh
to you.
yeah, grad ammo. Oh, these are ammo crates.
Oh, okay, nice.
Grenades. Oh, refill ammo. I see it. Now what's over here? Buggy. Okay, doesn't work. Can I grab the grenades? Wait, which grenades? G? Yeah, it's G.
Yeah, but
Oh,
all my
shit!
hand grenades are kind of, yeah, are kind of buggy.
Oh, that didn't go very far. Was I supposed to hold it?
I don't know, bro. It.
Yeah, my game rate's better now, bro. You need to play with your control panel. Like I'm not lagging anymore.
I don't. Should I do that now, Trix?
Yeah. Go ahead and keep the game open. Just minimize it for a second. I'll guide
For
you.
real? I can do it with the game open.
Yeah.
I don't need to close the game.
No. I mean, it'd be better to restart the game, but at least you can apply the settings and most of it will work. And then
Okay,
some
so
will be
media
upon.
control panel. Oh gosh.
Yeah, no, you're good. For you, it'll be easy. Jim, I was trying to help Jim, and he has an AMD card, so it was like backwards.
Yeah, fuck Jim and his AMD card, bro. Right?
Yeah, I don't know. Everything was backwards. Like I was trying to help him with his whatever. Okay, so first of all, what kind of monitor are you using? Do you have a FreeSync G-Sync monitor?
I have a fucking Asian potato monitor, so don't worry.
Okay, all right, so we can skip that step.
Adjust image settings with preview. I have it to use my preference emphasizing performance.
All right, so the main thing you're going to want to do is click on the Manage 3D Settings and then open up your Power Citizen.
Yeah, give me a sec. Give me a sec. It's,
No, you're good.
What about my AMD?
Yeah, because now, bro, I'm keeping a fluent FPS. Like, it's not fluctuating like before.
okay, let's go. I'm still waiting. Oh god, add.
It's my headphones are squeezing my face.
You like things squeezing your face, right? Naughty. Wait, what? Give me a sec, my NVIDIA control panel is not responding.
It takes, sometimes it probably because you got the game on.
yeah, sometimes I say it. Because
Just give it a second.
2 hours late. Okay, there you go.
He just pulled the SpongeBob. Okay, first thing we want to do, I don't know what your global settings are, but
Okay, so I'm just gonna go through all of them and we're gonna configure everything. Image sharpening. I have used global off or on.
keep it off. That's personal preference, but I would keep it off.
Global is off. Yeah, global is off. And isotropic filtering is off.
Okay, good.
Anti-aliasing gamma correction is on.
Turn it off.
Off. Anti-aliasing mode is off.
Off, okay. Yeah, let the game do its thing.
Blah 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 blah. CUDA GPUs is old.
Old. Go ahead and click on the Kudos GPUs, and then click your card.
Use global. Yeah, it's like use this. I only have one card.
Okay, yeah, you're fine.
Low latency mode is off.
Low latency mode, put it on ultra.
Ultra, okay. Yes. Max frame rate, use global settings is off.
What's your monitor? What's your
60.
FPS on there? 60. Go ahead and set it to 60.
I'm joking. Frames, let me change.
Not for this game, bro. We know very well.
I know.
Even with an RTX 2080 Ti, you ain't not gonna get above 100 FPS, and if you do, it's because you're in space. And then once you hit building,
Multi-frame sampled MFAA is off.
yeah, keep that off for sure.
OpenGL rendering GPU is auto select.
Just choose your graphics card.
Okay.
Don't let the control panel or Windows try to pick it for you. Just you tell it what to do because it takes
Power
less time.
management mode is prefer maximum performance.
That's good.
Shader cache is use global settings on.
Okay, it is on your SSD card, so yeah, keep that on.
Yeah. Texture filtering and anisotropic sample optimization is use global settings on.
Okay, turn it off.
Okay. Texture filtering, negative LOD bias is use global settings allow.
Allow is fine.
Texture filtering quality, use global settings high performance.
High performance, yep.
Touch filtering, trilinear optimization. Use global settings to on.
No. The triannular optimization, turn it off.
Okay. Threaded optimization. Use global settings auto.
Keep it on auto, yeah.
Triple buffering. Use global settings off.
Yes.
Vertical synchronization. Use global settings off.
Yep, keep that off.
Virtual reality pre-rendered frames. Use global settings 1.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so let's go ahead and click apply and OK. And let me know how it runs.
Okay, so I'm closing this. I also have Chrome open, but I have to keep it open sadly.
Yeah, no, you're okay. Chrome, the bad thing about Chrome is that I think it wasn't an issue when it was a 32-bit. Once it became a 64-bit browser, people are starting to notice lag with Chrome. Like, that's why people went to Chrome, because it didn't lag, but now it lags. Because Chrome does much more than what it used to.
Yeah, I sadly again I have to keep it online for.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it. Just make sure you don't have anything open like videos or
No,
YouTube
I only
channel.
have my work email open.
Your what?
Work email.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. You should be fine. As long as there's no
Okay.
plugins or like ads that are like gonna
Can
kill
I
you.
show my FPS in game? How do I show that? Come on, there should be something here.
I have GeForce doing it, but if you want to do it in game, I think there was a way. In game settings. Let's scroll down.
Blah blah blah. Subtitles enabled. Yes, why not? Because I'm a noob. GeForce in global camera shake. No.
30 seconds
Uh,
remaining.
Fuck off. Graphics. Camera grand
Oh my
horizon,
God,
full
look-
body field
look
of
at all
view,
these
motion,
settings.
everything. Sharpening, chromatic aberration, film grain. No. Yeah, I don't think there is.
I don't think there is. Do you have
Should I enable GeForce?
yeah and no.
10 seconds remaining.
Is
I
it-
would just say
making-
yeah, just so you can see your FPS. Hold
Is it-
Alt and Z.
Is it gonna make me lag?
No, it shouldn't.
Ah, it should.
Round over.
If anything, it even can do its own thing. Like if you allow GeForce to optimize the game for you, sometimes it can help.
Match over.
FPS
Outlaws
counter.
win.
I'm gonna
I
have
don't
the
know
FPS
about you, but
counter
I'm
on.
getting the hell out of here.
Okay. Back. Done.
Yeah, you're okay anytime. I hope everything's been well for you though. Thank you so
come
much.
on,
Jim, I know, bro.
So far,
That's
right
a
now
lot
I'm
of resources,
static.
bro.
I'm like at 60. Not 60. I'm at 50. Okay, seriously, come on.
But yeah, but you're in a sweet spot now though.
Give me a second. I like want to check it like for real, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and you can always like you're doing 1080 in the game, right?
Hell no.
Oh, I was gonna say you could try 720.
No, I'm doing like my monitor resolution, which is a really awkward resolution, like 1366 by 7068.
Ugh. What do you got? A 16 by 10?
Bro, I have a don't come on, bro. Let's not need to be rude here and shit like that. Like
No, because my son, one of his monitors did the same thing. It was a weird like
I'm
measurements.
not, the thing is, I'm really, it's like it's a normal monitor. I'm gonna want me to send a picture of the monitor to you.
Yeah, if you want. Main thing is when you get your other monitor, just get something with like standard.
When I get
16
my
by
what?
9.
Can you please say again when I get my what?
Yeah, when you get your other monitor. Because you said you were gonna go dual monitors, right?
Bro, we're talking like half a year. At best.
Yeah. Well, I know monitors dropped in price a lot. Even Jim's got one at a pretty good price.
Okay, let me send this to you, Trix, okay?
Jim is rich over here, man. He got a new motherboard, new monitor.
Oh, bro. Why do you guys need
Gee.
to make me like the all depressed and shit like that?
I'm depressed too. Remember, I was supposed to get upgrades, but I couldn't. I had to pull back. I didn't have the funds to do it.
You get the stimulus checks.
Wait, you got yours?
Yeah, I got
Well, don't
it.
let the government know about that. I didn't hear nothing you said. I mean, don't speak in English, but yeah, I guess you
Yeah,
know.
that's my monitor, Trix, by the way.
Oh, let me take a look on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks nice.
I mean, I can go full HD on it.
I like
but-
that 102 though. Ooh.
That what?
Yeah, you're good, bro. How much you getting now though?
Give me a
Is it
second.
better?
5,
Let me actually load in. And I'm
3,
Okay, I'm already in. Where are you at?
30
1.
FPS.
Begin.
Move into
30. Okay.
I'm dropping to 20. It's just rendering right now, so give it a bit.
It's gonna be up and down. Yeah.
Okay, if like around 30, 40, 50 jumps around.
That's doable though for this game.
40. Yeah, bro, again, it's like, I'm not peak. As long as I can like just play and have fun with my friends. I don't really give a fuck.
That's good. I know I was playing
this
that
map is
360
also
game,
already
bro.
map.
It was hurting my eye.
I need to cap my frame rate a better one because
Yeah, that 30 FPS, bro. How the hell did we play games like that back then? Back then, though, PC Master Race used to trash talk on console gamers. All right, where you at, Erda?
I'm going
This is
for
a
C.
big level, bro, for two people.
Yeah. No, where's Ajit?
I don't trust you. Oh,
Strike first.
oh, I died. What? I bleed out.
Yeah, you bled out. Let's go, bitch. It's on. It's on, Arthur. It's on.
Damn, where you at, bro?
After this match, we're gonna actually switch to the normal.
Okay, no problem.
No, do you also wanna try the ships thingy?
Good. Just kind of get an idea what it's all about.
Marine.
That one I'll do bad because I
See.
gotta remember the flying controls.
Yeah, I know it would be best to actually try it beforehand in case we actually get in combat in the persistent universe. We don't fuck each other up.
Right, right.
I'm going for sieges, you know. Where you at? Where you at, you bloody skank? I'm joking. Hello, Trix. I love you. Not really.
I don't see you as C.
No, why does it throw the grenades in my fucking foot, you idiot? Oh! I just killed myself. I hate the grenades.
You
They're
did?
not working. Yeah, they're not working correctly.
They're not. I just shot through one at you and it failed.
Yeah, I it's like a limp.
Wow. I love how my character's head is. Whoa!
Yeah,
I love how my character's head is off the radar.
I see Drix throw a grenade. earlier,
Where
it was,
are
like,
we
2
meeting
feet.
at?
Let's do. I guess we do C again.
I
What's closer to you?
I don't care. I'm almost there. Bro, I'm scared. I don't know why.
The heck? Did you
It was
just-
weird.
Did you kill yourself or what?
I thought I did.
He died from blood loss, it said.
I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, Trix. What the fuck you doing, dude?
I don't know. Where'd you go?
I heard that.
Where are you, sneaky little?
He dipped it.
Is it working pretty good on OBS though, Jim? Probably better than my game.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
It's hogging my resource right now. Oh! There they are, hiding behind walls and fences and. Wow!
Hashtag try harding. Let's go.
That's some heavy armor. Pretty quiet. Yeah, I'm looking at my replay now, bro. It looks sweet.
Well, I had the grenade throws on there. It's like go 2 inches.
Yeah.
The grenade's so heavy I can't throw it any farther. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, I'm coming for you, Erdo.
Oh, yeah. Is that a promise or? Well, I feel like I'm gonna get back. Dude, I called it, okay? I fucking called it. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, we got this.
Alright, where we're gonna meet at?
You pick this time.
Okay. Well, I already see you going to B, so we can do that.
B, sure thing. I'm gonna make you eat, let it be. Whoa, 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 what the fuck? Did you lag?
No.
Okay.
He was just teabagging you. I saw that. Wow.
Bro, there is something wrong with my character, like really wrong.
What's wrong with it?
I actually don't know, dude.
You just got teabagged. That's what's wrong with it.
The hell?
Come on, bro. Where you at?
I don't see you.
Bullshit.
Wow.
Come on, bitch. Where you at? Wow. Are you patheticing right now with me? Come on, Twix. I'm at B. What you are talking about, mate?
I am too.
You're full of bullshit. Where is he at? Where's he at, Jim? Bro. Seriously, where is he?
He's floating somewhere.
Wait, what?
Oh, he just space planted.
Wow, bro, you lagged like a son of a gun. You just like.
How do I use my medpad? Yeah, C is medkit. Just, you know.
Oh, okay, okay.
Alright, we're meeting at... You know what? I'm taking this to your turf.
Good to
Let's
have you
meet at
back
C.
in the fight.
30 seconds remaining.
Clock's ticking
Oh,
down.
it's on.
It's now or never.
Oh, that's it. You gotta get it. You see me meet where?
C is for cookie. That's good enough for me.
10 seconds remaining.
Another twist fight. The fucking asshole is a bloody grenade.
Had to pull a Marty bomb on you.
That nade, dude. Shit.
We didn't win, but we have our own out there.
Let's
Alright.
just the ship
The
combat.
combat's not too bad, so if we do get into combat, I think we can manage.
I think we, yeah, I think we're
New
gonna manage.
round.
Alright, let's exit the menu and let's
Okay.
let's try the ship combat because that's what the problem is gonna be at. Let's face it, okay?
What kind of ships are they gonna let us use?
Your ship that you own, the ship that you own.
Oh. I hope I'm okay, man. I'm getting dry coughs. What's going on here? No, it's like
easy.
there's something stuck in my throat.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm going nice.
The COVID.
Right.
Ooh.
Jim, what's your percent?
Okay, so
100%. No.
Armorine, multiplayer, private, load customization. That's cool.
I still got 35 gigs to go.
Am I still in your party? Yeah, I'm in your party.
yeah, I'm gonna invite you. Bam.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, select or renter ship. Let's select the ships here. Okay, so I do have the origin. What?
Everything for me is locked.
No, you have your ship. Yeah, good. Okay, I'm just.
Can't even type in the chat box. What the? Oh, select ship. Look, the ship names are like what they would be like in the files. Oh, what the heck is all this?
Yeah, I'm gonna just. Are you ready? Because I'm not gonna configure my.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot you can do. I think they're letting you use
I'm
the
not getting into that.
first tier. Oh, that ship looks sweet, bro.
No, just don't make yourself cry. I'm begging you. Just back out. Ready?
Oh. Okay. Am I at the right thing here though? Like, because my ship is the Aegis, I think, or what was the other one?
Bro.
No, I don't have the Aegis. I think I have the.
You have the fucking Aurora MR?
Yeah, the Aurora. That's what I had. Where is it? There's Argyle.
No, you had something different. I had the Aurora. I'm not sure what you had.
You had a.
What's after the Aurora? What was the next one?
Bro, I don't know. Like,
I know you got a $60 one, I think, but I don't know which one it was.
Anvil? No. Pieces. Aegis. Oh wait, here's the Avenger.
no, I don't think you had any.
No, these all say rent though.
No, you should be something that is not rentable. Bro, do you have the expedition? Are you for real? You have the expedition? You shit me.
You?
Bro, apparently you have the expedition, the Pisces expedition. Fuck off.
Wait, what was that in?
I don't know, but you have it. I think that was your starter ship. Damn, fancy bitch. That's a two-player ship. That's a two-player ship. I said, what?
Oh, okay, so I got the Miss Freelancer,
No, don't go freelancer. I'm begging you. Thank you.
and then I got these two, but these are the
Don't you go for the
Pathfinder. Oh, this is the. Oh,
What's the name of it?
The name looks Pathfinder.
Yeah, fucking yeah, use that. I don't know. Just use something.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I have. Oh yeah, the expedition.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Pisces C8X expedition, dude. That's cool.
Yeah, but look at my ship name. It's @vehicle_name ANVL
Yeah,
Pisces. I guess it's
Oh my God.
horoscope _expedition.
But we're gonna go
Oh.
battle royale.
Battle Royale and ships? What? How do you launch from a ship to a ship?
I don't know. There are not enough places in the lobby. Okay, apparently we can't do this. Free flight?
Yeah, just do free fight. Just to kind of get the feel on this.
Go on and ready yourself.
He almost like, is that grenade? Why is it so cold in here? What the heck? Is my window open?
You might wanna ready. Click ready. Click ready, you bitch.
Oh, ready. Yeah, I did. Why did it unready? Oh, you changed
Okay,
that.
there are not enough players in the lobby. Dude, what
Are you serious? What's the minimum?
I don't know. Click ready again. No.
Wow.
Vandal Swarm. Dude,
Probably
seriously, why-
Probably
did
because the
they
map is
cap it?
big.
No, they shouldn't. No, I think they ooh.
That explains why nobody's playing.
Yeah, they capped it. Like.
So they want to prevent private matching. So they want you to play with other players. Is that what they're doing?
I don't know.
Yeah. We'll get owned, bro.
Yeah, go click ready.
Okay.
No, bro, it's
I want a Cerberus ship, bro.
yeah, multiplayer. Squadron battle.
Use hand sanitizer. Right.
Uh,
Oh, speaking of hand sanitizer, I think Sam's Club had some. But they had the same one that I had, and I complained about paying $4, but I guess Sam's Club was selling it for $5. And they taxing out here, man. Hand sanitizer?
I sent you an invite.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I should go get my Lysol and spray my desk. Oh, wait. Got it. What is this? Do I have to click something?
Did you get an invite or?
Yeah, I accepted it, but it took me to the Arena Commander menu.
Okay, let me send you another invite.
Hold on. Let me back out completely. Yep, I'm at the main menu. There we go.
There you go.
That was weird.
Go ahead and click accept, and I'm gonna find us a match. This is gonna be.
Oh, this is gonna be great. Oh god.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
I don't think. Wow, they actually are. Oh, bro, what are we doing, dude? Shit. I know, right? Bro, I love that shit.
What? Can't breathe.
Online.
What the hell? I'm dying. Bro, what am I doing?
Wow.
Bro, I forgot the buttons. F4. Okay. R. This is free looking, and this is like. Okay, I see it. I got this. Can I move around? Yeah, I can move around.
They added a ship that's $1,100. Holy cow.
Yeah, well, and what's sad, bro, is they said that ship may not be in the final release.
I do as well.
But they said most of them will be, though.
Bro! I hate the weapon system and this shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god, give me a second. Bro, you have better weapons than I have. Fuck you.
I do?
Yeah.
Wait, it's just me and you?
Yeah. We're in the same team, so it makes no sense, right? You know what? Let's play for real. Let's play the Persistent Universe, agreed?
Yeah.
I think we had it. Or do you wanna try the ship thingy again?
It doesn't matter.
That's not helpful.
Do the ship again. Yeah, same waiting for players.
Yeah, give me a sec. Multiplayer.
I gotta try to remember. I know it's left click, right click, and then what's... Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? No, nothing.
Okay, there you go. I'm gonna invite you.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mouse wheel to get the movement. Duh.
Yeah, we need to get you back on the train. Okay, I sent you the invite.
Right. I don't see it in game. Let me go back to the main menu.
Yeah. You need to go back in the menu.
1 second. Ooh, I like this loading screen. Electronic access. Well, what is this? EA now?
No.
Okay. There I go.
There you go. And this is a battle royale, so we should be able to actually fight each other and shit.
How much is it gonna be, Thomas? Love the music, bro. Please don't stop the music.
Tricks.
Yeah,
Hello.
yeah. Right, bro. Let's do this. What's my...
Let's go, bro. You ready? You ready, bitch?
Oh, now it's not black and white. Oh, I know where you are. Oh, there you are.
Okay, you press 3 to lock on me.
Oh, okay.
What real tricks?
Mm. Hey, kamikaze, bro.
Bro, you need to slow down. Like, bro, you need to slow down.
Oh gosh, yeah, this is good practice though. All right, so 3's a lock on. We gotta make sure we work on this together when we get into the main world here.
Okay, so 3 is to lock down. You can press R to change the way you're controlling the ship and your weapons. And middle mouse button should be missiles, but we don't really have missiles.
Right, right. Yeah, not with my not with our ships.
Right click and left click. Bro, you're going way too fast. Bro, well, you're going way too fast, dude.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boundary.
As I was saying.
Whoops, I was trying to grab an item.
Mm-hmm.
It decreased the price of my ship that I got. Wow.
Did you get money back then, at least?
Increased or decreased?
Decreased. It's 25 bucks left.
What?
Wow, it's better than 40. Well, they try to get everybody in here now.
What sucks though is if I had to upgrade, I had to pay more now. I paid 40 bucks for the ship, and now I'm getting a $15 cut because they changed the prices. So I'm paying more for if I upgrade. That sucks.
Dude, you need to up your game tricks. Well, I'm not hitting shit. Oh, nice hit there.
Yeah.
Oh!
What's going on, Aerodar?
Interesting exchange,
Yeah.
Don't crash into me, thank you. Bro, we suck big time tricks.
We do, bro. Like, these people play online way better.
Wait, what? Dude, there's another guy. Tricks, there's another guy.
Oh, there's another one?
Yeah, and he has an anvil hawk. Oh, he has the hawk. He's kind of fucking dumb on us, dude. Let's fuck this guy up. Motherfucker! Are you okay?
Yeah, I think so. Where'd he go?
You killed him. Anvil. Actually, that's me. That's me. That's me. Don't kill me. Go
Where's
for
the
it.
other one? Well, how do I change lock-on? So I just hover over him?
Press 3 to cycle through the targets.
Oh, okay, I see. It shows the targets on the...
Bro, another guy joined.
Oh, God, we're doomed, bro.
Oh, bro, what are we doing, dude?
No idea, bro. We're in big trouble. Oh, yeah, I forgot we got the radar here showing you where you guys are.
Oh, he has the Gladius. Bro, this is bad. The other guy has the Gladius, which is like the best ship out there. I'm joking, it's not the best, but it's really powerful.
Yeah.
Bro, we are trash. So I'm going for Corby 90. He has an Aegis Gladius. Can I get some support on this son of a bitch?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Bro,
Yeah, man, we need missiles, bro.
bro, yeah, this is bad.
These guns are like...
Yeah, should we switch to the persistent universe? This guy is fucking owning the fuck out of us, dude.
Yeah, look at them, bro. I mean, I give them credit. They pros, but jeez.
I'm okay. Yeah, let's do the real game, okay?
Look at these guys flying all backwards and stuff. Oh! Somebody just smacked me, bro. All right, let me back out. Yeah, that's interesting. That's yeah, machine guns are.
But we suck. You
Poor
ready?
Jim. Yeah. I'm back at the Jim. Your game should be done by now, right? Yeah. Okay, sweet.
Yeah, it's about halfway.
Okay.
Not bad.
Can like.
All right, which okay, I think I might have a character already. Let me check.
Okay,
Love that music,
that's the moment
bro.
of truth to see how well the game is actually.
Bro, I love how the characters like you have joined a local channel. Yeah, I forgot how we do all. Surprisingly, the game's running pretty decent.
Okay.
How's it running now with the change of settings?
Okay, right now I'm in the bed. I'm gonna let the things a bit. I'm going 40 and climbing. No, I'm 40. Around 40 FPS, I would say. 45, 40. Okay, where's Trixie at? Oh, just 6 million kilometers away. It's okay.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I don't see you on my radar, but yeah, sure.
No, I see you on my screen. You don't see me around on your...
No.
Okay, let's redo the party. Just give me a second.
Okay.
If I can actually remember how to do this.
Do we have to lead a game, or can we just do it from here?
No. We just do it from here. Click from group, contacts, channel, general chat, tricks, invite to party. Did I send you an invite, or did I send someone else as an invite?
It might be somebody else.
Shit. Okay, I sent you an invite.
I don't see it. Oh, wait. I do. Okay, I can't see it in first person. Okay, or third person, I mean. Right now I see you.
Okay.
Wow, bro, you're pretty far.
No, it's 6 million. That's nothing. Okay, so I'm between 30 and 40. I don't want to drop below 30 though. It is running a bit smoother, I would say.
Yeah,
I don't
because
even know what the fuck we
what
are.
I learned, like right now, even for me, bro, I'm getting. It gets the little stutter sometimes, but I'm between like 60 and 70.
Oh, that's great, dude. That's fucking.
You know, and
You're on high, bro. You're on high. Okay. Fuck.
That's
That's good. And here comes the 10 FPS. Let's go, bitches. I got this. Okay, let me check.
Council's got a Valorant kill!
Okay, so I am at her.
Hey, congratulations!
You are at.
You gotta get on with us, bro. All right. Well, we gotta meet each other. I think I'm at.
Yeah, you're at. You're at
Olisar?
Olisar.
Yeah.
I would say let's meet at Hurston.
Yeah, sure. I know what that is. Yeah. All right.
I'm sorry. Press F2.
You said F2. All right, I'm looking.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Let me zoom out. Right. Did I do this right? Okay. Yeah. I'm at. Okay, I see it now. Let me zoom out some more. Okay, I see the main galaxy now, and you are. Oh, you're over here.
Okay, I think I actually need to get my ship out.
I'm zooming in on you.
Yeah, let me get the ship out. I'm lost.
Why is
This
it
game is
not?
beautiful. Actually, yeah, can you actually come and pick me up, bro? With your fancy Pisces thingy, maybe?
Hold on. Why is the map being so weird? Oh, here it goes.
Yeah, just come and pick me up.
Okay, you're here. Okay, how do I set this route again?
Click on that location and you should have a set route top of your screen.
Wait, I don't think I can set it there.
You might have to like get in your ship and I don't know. It's just like
Yeah, I
speculations.
think so. Yeah, nothing's letting me set yet. Okay, let me get my ship real quick.
If you have the freelancer, get the freelancer out.
Let me see what I have. Okay, so I have the Anvil Expedition, and then, yeah, I got the Freelancer, yeah.
Okay, do you want a big ship or do you want a small ship?
It doesn't matter. What kind of missions are we looking to do?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Either way,
let's get the small ship. Let's just get around a bit and see what we can do.
well, it looks like the Freelancer only does one person.
No. Trust me. Trust me.
It's much bigger than I thought. Why would it just say one? Or, I mean, just seat-wise.
No, it's bugged. Don't
Okay, alright, so just go ahead and let me go ahead and hit retrieve.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
I wish I had this panel for my house, let my car get delivered.
So you're going the freelancer or the other one?
One with the Freelancer, yeah.
No, go with the other one. That freelancer is too big.
Oh,
For what
you said Freelancer.
Freelancer is good for. He said freelancer is good for cargo runs. I don't have the money for cargo runs. I only have 15k.
Check mine. I probably got whatever's default because it probably reset. You said you have 15k?
Yeah, press F1.
Hold on, please wait. Okay, same pad. Okay, cool. Alright, so for my credits, I currently have 10,000.
Couldn't but I have 15k. Yeah, so let's do some like normal voyages. Voyages, wow.
Voyages, wow. So what's your favorite game? Okay, hold on, let me gotta find a deck here.
Channel investigation. Okay. Cave on Aberdeen. Cave. Yeah. And deliveries.
I know, Jay, right. Dude, honestly, me and Jay have fun, man, but we need a team, guys. Also, it'd be great to have you on board, bro. Anytime, do you play Valorant as well? Oh, it's open.
Lordville. Okay.
Where am I going? B7, so I gotta go this way, guys. Oh, wait, nope. 7, I'm this way. 7 and 8. Bottom.
I'm gonna share a mission. Actually, not. I'm gonna wait for you to actually pick me. We're gonna do a quick delivery, okay?
Yeah, sure. I've flown this ship before. Have I?
The Pisces?
Get it now? It won't close. Oh, there it goes.
I'm gonna go to call elevator. I'm gonna meet you upstairs there.
Okay.
Give me just 1 sec.
Definitely love the simulation aspect of like it's. Granted, my only biggest issue is probably frame rate, but other than that, bro, I do love the game.
No, your frame rate is good. Please trust me on this one. You're also streaming it. You're playing on high. Your frame rate.
Well, I know for a
Perfect.
fact if I have OBS closed, this game runs
You'd get
phenomenal.
Like 80, 90.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is a huge ass fucking game.
Wait, what is this? Is this your mission?
No.
I'm not accepting it then.
Bro, did you see the amount of payment on that shit? 80k.
Jeez.
Holy shit.
Bro, I forgot how to start my ship. I pressed T and it took me off. Hold on. What is it, U?
R?
Oh, it's R. I thought it was U.
No, U is to turn it off, I believe. Give me just one
Oh.
second. I'm gonna step away for till you get your ass back here.
Anvil Aerospace, all systems online.
Oh my god, what did I just press now? R equals run, right, Joe? You got it, bro.
Flare.
Got it, man. All right, guys, we got to go to where Eridar was. Eradar's going to be here. We're going to hit set route.
My ship won't start. What's wrong with it? I can't get it to start.
I'm back. Hey, would it be okay with you if I extended an invitation to Cat and Nemo? If they want to join us?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we could do that. Let's just, so theirs is already fully ready, installed, and good, right? And then, Jim, you got to hurry to get in, bro. That way we can get you in before everybody gets all comfortable, you know? What's your percent?
Is it FK?
Oh, wow, my mic was muted. My bad, bro. Yeah, well, Jim, what's your percent on the game?
It's a little over halfway now.
All right, and by the way, for fast travel, wasn't it B?
Yeah. B wants to start
Oh,
calibrating, and
I see
B,
it, I
and
see it.
then hold B. Did you set a course to me?
Yeah, I'm coming now. All right, and then I just hold it, right? Okay, some of it I'm remembering.
Yeah, it's muscle memory, right, Chris?
Yeah.
Oh, this game is good. It's like really good.
No, it is, bro. It is. I
It is a
honestly,
buggy mess, but it's a good game.
I love space games though. You know, like there was a game like this that I played in the past. It wasn't like this. It was like an RTS space game. And bro, because it was space, I had fun with it. Who did I play that with? This might have been before I even started streaming, but yeah, I had a blast with it.
Old school, huh?
Yeah, I used to be a big RTS fan, bro. I used to play Supreme Commander. I used to play Man and Conquer. I used to play.
Oh my god! You know what I just remembered, Trix?
What's that?
God, do you remember? Like I think like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we played Battle for Middle Earth, the RTS game.
Oh yeah.
I think we went 3-4 hours and we tied. We actually had to call it because it was getting late for both of us. Do you remember that shit?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Memories. I'm gonna cry.
Make sure you guys are careful, because you know they're talking about another wave of coronavirus.
Bro, this is it hasn't even like, you know, it's just saying, I mean, it's like,
The thing about Quantums too is a step away.
yeah, but not for long because
No, I know.
faster than you used to be.
Yeah, I'm about
Are you
3,000 out now. Whatever it is.
You mean 3 million, not 1,000, mate. That's
Yeah.
difference, eh? That's a bit of a difference. Having a coffee. Listen to this, Trix.
How dare you tease us with coffee?
I know Trix doesn't do coffee, am I right, Trix? And he's muted again. Or AFK, or both.
He's kind of both.
He's muted AFK. He's an AFK mute.
Most
Okay.
of the stream right now, he just keeps stepping away.
It's okay.
Not I'm not muted and I'm not AFK, okay?
Technically speaking, you were away from the.
I was, yes.
I seen you. He was
Oh,
doing push-ups.
hold on, I can't touch my keyboard yet. It's still wet from washing my hands, but give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you shove your hands?
I think something's wrong with my toilet over there. The water's too blue. I don't think it's supposed to be that blue.
No, you probably did some extra like deodorant.
Yeah, well, I got the the things for the make the water blue or whatever, but that's one thing I can't stand is a dirty toilet, bro. I've been in people's houses where if you got a yellow ring around your toilet, you need to start scrubbing.
Ew.
I hate that.
Ew.
You know, everybody lives different, but you ever go to somebody's house and be like, hey, can I use the restroom? You go and you look at the toilet, and the toilet seat kind of determines how you live, I guess. Like a toilet can tell many things. Okay, so let me see here.
You still need to go to me.
Yeah. How do I find you? Wait, which way are you going? Oh, wait, you're over here. I see you now. Wait, I got a quantum again. I'm coming.
I'm curious, bro. Would you like to see the new planet?
Quantum drive.
They do got the new one, right? How long do these guys need to get ready? Oh, wait, I think I'm here.
Quantum drive is now.
Okay, I'm gonna step outside. I'm at pad 1, so try and identify pad 1.
Oh, shoot, there's craters out here.
You see the sunshine? Okay, where you at? Okay, oh, yeah, you need to like spin.
Wait, how do I request? Whoa, what is this place?
Don't request. I'm just
Okay.
gonna like meet you out or like.
Bro, what's with all the question marks?
Those are turrets.
Oh, thanks. Sure.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah, not gonna request landing. I'm just gonna come in
No, you're not gonna
inbound.
land. I'm literally gonna meet you in space, bro.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna do it like in the Martian movie.
In the Martian movie, I like that. Was that Mars Attack?
No, wait, what? The wrong movie, mate.
Oh, I like Mars Attack, especially when the alien was the chick. It was pretty cool.
I need you. Oh shit, Twix, please don't crash into me. I see you at 700 meters away. Oh, easy, you're going down. You need to go up. So spacebar to like lift. Actually, you know how to control the ship.
I'm
I see
good.
you.
They're not attacking me.
No, I see you are 200 meters away from me. Okay, do you have a door on that ship, or how am I supposed to get in? Out of curiosity.
What do I press here? T? No, T's the light. We got a flashlight?
Yeah, you have. Oh my god, that's bright.
Okay, press Y. Okay, yeah, back of the ship. I don't think there is a side entrance. No, there's not. Yeah, just the back of the ship.
Hello.
Oh my god, may they be light. Aaron,
Mayday.
you look creepy,
Press
dude.
T, press T when you're in like in the pit, because I
Oh.
don't think you have the proper lights on.
Oh, I don't? Yeah, you look super
don't.
bright. Alright, E?
Online.
Okay, there you go. You have like you turn them off, right? Now they're on. Now they're off.
Yeah. Let me
Okay,
get the back door for you.
Oh, this ship is so weird.
It is.
Holy shit. Okay, you might want to step back.
Oh,
Because this is glitchy. You might want to step back, dude.
oh, I saw that. Oh, I saw you joining your ship. That's cool. Oh, can you actually use these chairs?
Look at me. Are you looking at me?
Yeah, I'm looking now.
Hello.
Okay, hold on. All right, fancy. How do we do that again? What was that? What was it? F10
Press it, enter and just slash and do the command.
//
And do the command, whatever. God, you're
Oh.
you're glitching all over the ship.
Right. Hold on.
So basically, open the chat and just type /wave, for example. There. Oh, salute. Hey. Okay, let's expect this ship that you have here. So yeah, I have these two seats that I can sit on. This is your cockpit. Yeah. Okay. Skippy, do you want to see the new planet first and foremost, or? How do you wanna
Yeah,
do this?
definitely want to check
Okay.
it out. I mean, is there anything there for us, or is it just like sight viewing?
I don't know if there are actually quests there, but we can check that out. But definitely you're gonna love the design of the planet.
Wow, Jim. It's funny that Jim said that about working out. It actually bought me a little something to do, like quick workouts in between.
You're gonna see it. I mean, this is your ship. I would be a dick to.
Oh, you said what?
This is your ship, so you're gonna be steering.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Okay, all right.
So you might wanna go search. So open your map and search for. Give me a sec. Microtech. It should be.
Microtech, I see it's on the outer border pretty much.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right.
To Microtech. Do we actually have the fuel to go to Microtech?
Oh, shoot, how do I check that again?
No, it shouldn't let you if we don't have the fuel.
Wait, hold on. How do I free look again? What was it? Alt?
Z.
Z. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my light's in the way. Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button. These can all have impacts on during the battles out there.
God, this is so cute.
I buy a thigh master. I do need to get my thighs worked out though. Alright, so
Microtech. Let's go, Trix.
the fuel. Where does it show my fuel again?
Generally have no idea.
Or do I just do it with the, what was it, F2?
With
Or,
the F2, yeah, you do it with the F2.
vehicle maintenance, is that what I'm looking at? No, it doesn't tell me on here. Oh, wait, tank. No, this is for my character, right? Or vehicle loadout manager, is this it?
No, just don't bother. It shouldn't let you quantum there if you don't have enough fuel.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure we don't get, like, stranded or anything.
Oh, God.
Let me... Why are you so nervous here? Don't relax. We're gonna be okay, bro.
I'm okay. I'm not clenching my badge. My cheeks. You are. Oh God, help us.
Okay, now I need to remember...
Oh, he needs to remember. I'm done. Oh, we're dead.
Wait, didn't I mark it? I thought I marked it. Yeah, I did. So it's gonna be... Oh, here it goes. Alright, I think I see it. Yep, now I got so little.
Please have mercy on our souls.
Microtech, 51,000.
Million, no thousand, mate.
I mean million. What the hell am I saying thousand?
51 million. Gee, that's.
Like thousand sounds shorter.
Should we have the?
Oh, 2 FPS!
Yeah, that's what it does when it gets into quantum. After that, it like gets back to normal. Bro, look at the detail on the ship. I'm looking at all the things on your ship. This is...
Yeah, is it nice?
Oh, I love it. Okay,
I like my windshield too, bro. I made it red. Do you like it?
Wait, what?
Yeah, my windshield. It's a red tip. You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, let me bottom I see
this
here.
So we have a radar, computer, access points. Whoa, this is...
Holy, I don't want to mess around with the quantum break.
Yeah, we know. We can
It's
get
nervous. Let's see, what else do we have here?
So it's
We have,
secured before takeoff. Okay, so we actually have cargo spots. We have like 4 cargo spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even more. Who knows?
yeah, how do I
you
take
do
the
have-
chat off? F12? F12, okay.
F12, yeah, F12.
Oh, now my chat's gone.
This is so cool, gosh. Hands up. Put your hands up. This is a robbery. Put your fucking hands up, you...
Oh my god, what? That's a flashback right there, bro.
Alright.
Kingpin? Hands up, hands up. Ah, don't move, don't move, don't move. Put your gun away, put your gun away. Get down, get, put your hands in the air. Slash X, slash X. Surrender, surrender, slash surrender. Oh god, bro. I think the worst, though, was Arma, bro. Armor robberies were the worst.
Yeah.
Dudes, like, literally come out and make you get on the ground, prone, drop your items, and it
I'm
was...
gonna push you. Like, I want to glitch you through the ship. I'm gonna be a...
Right, true.
Okay, well, I should probably stop being a dick. You know what? Fuck off, Trix. Fuck off. I'm just gonna sit down. Fuck you, dude. Take a sit, boy. on the other side. Don't give me a blowjob, mate.
Wait, how do I sit, bro? It won't let me sit.
On that one, you dingus.
I don't think I can because I'm the pilot.
You can. Yeah, you can. You can. No, you can.
I can't. I hold F. I don't see nothing with sit. I think only if you're a passenger you can do it.
No. I think that is actually this share might not be working. Give me a sec. No, it is. What are you on about?
Yeah,
No, you can. Trust me, you can. You can.
Okay. I'm holding F. I don't. Oh God. Oh, what the? Yeah, I don't see anything.
You should click on it. Hold F and click on it. It should turn into a purple like outline.
Nothing at all. I don't think this shit does. Yeah, this was before. I think Jim was here with me.
Interesting.
I think it's only if other
pilot seat, bro. Bye.
Hi. Okay, now you get to fly. Sweet.
Oh wow, so many buttons. Tricks. Well, I'm gonna step away. This is your shit. I'm not the captain here. You're the captain here. High five.
Captain?
Captain.
This captain
you
is
should be able
Morgan.
to sit on those chairs, dude. I mean,
It won't let me, bro. It doesn't, like right now, the pilot seat highlights, but not these.
but not those.
No.
It's interesting.
It's unfortunate. Well, I got what, 2 little cargo space? I could probably fit like what, 12 crates.
What I think? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. When you retrieve your ship from the panel, what did it say for cargo?
Good question.
Do you remember?
It might have said 2
No,
or
I don't think it's
4.
2. It makes no sense for 2. I think it's 4. Like based on the layout.
I want to say 4 because see,
Yeah.
from this side of the wall to not the first strap, but the second one is about what the
so
crate
like,
size is.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's
I
why
do
I'm
think
thinking 3 can fit.
I think like 2 here, and 2, like 4 maybe.
Yeah,
Ooh, you
I think
have
I can-
buttons here, bro.
I do.
I don't know. Yeah, bro. I don't know. You have.
Oh
shit
yeah,
and
they do something. What is this? System? Oh.
system. Full catch to release. Oh, cool.
Wait, what? What happened?
I don't know. I'm just. Oh, whoa, bro. You have the envelope thingy, Magumi here, like the logo on top. Did you see it?
Oh no, what is this? Oh, cool.
And do not obstruct. Tricks, look, do not obstruct. I'm obstructing. I'm done. I'm sorry. And what does it say here?
What is this? What you do when you got
Ordnance
50 million kilometers? You know. You said what?
Ordnance reference 58/808/737. Bro, I like this shit. Like, is it me? Am I being weird that I like reading all the stupid little things out there?
Yeah, like here you got serial number
Yeah,
3316.
Be right back,
Yeah.
like 1 minute. I need to use the
Okay.
bathroom.
How we looking, Jim? What's your percent, bro? Yo, guys, thank you so much for coming out. I really do appreciate it, everybody. I really do. Thank you so much. I know earlier we kind of did some Army of Two. It was just me and my son. We were just playing some campaign. And then now, I've been wanting to play this game for a long time now. And finally, here we are, guys. Which reminds me. Let's get that up and running. Alright. Good. Did you guys hear about this coming out on Xbox pretty soon, guys? Or the next gen Xbox that's gonna come out? And Kelso, did you see the oh no. Are you still there, Jim? Test. Okay, good. Oh, I gotta get my webcam set up while we're here. Let's get that set up here real quick, guys. I believe it was here. FOIP must be enabled. I think it was this. All right, let's get back in our seat here real quick, guys. Turn it back around, see what we got.
Flare online.
Oh, we're almost there. We are almost there, guys. Almost there. All right, keep holding it down. We got this. Clean up the semester. Okay. Yep.
Thank God, I'm seeing the planet.
Yeah, we're coming up, bro. We're almost there. We're 10,000 kilometers out.
Holy shit! I love this sensation when you like approach a fucking
Kind
planet.
of looks like Earth. I hate when it zooms so
Okay.
close. It makes me nervous.
I know, right?
Okay, so we're here. Any particular?
Is now on.
I don't know. Let me actually check the map. Yeah, you're right. Let me check.
I'll go slowly.
No, stay put for now. I would advise. Okay, so we have a port. Oh, you. Okay, listen up. We have multiple things. So we have Port Trasier. Let's go to Port Trasier, Trix. What do you think, bro?
Okay, I'm looking now. Or is that the only place? Because that's the only one I see.
It's not on the planet. It's like really. It's like a port station, like space station. Port Trasier.
Oh, okay.
Let's check it.
Oh,
Do you see what I'm talking
yep,
about?
I got it.
Okay, let's go there first. Let's see what we can. Oh God! Ready your puke bucket. The sounds, Tricks. That's what I'm gonna say. Just listen to the sounds of the ship.
Oh yeah, he said, listen to the sounds of your what?
Ship, mate. Ship.
Oh,
It's a P.
okay.
Ah, I love you, dude. Oh
Dude.
my God. I think this game has one of the best sound designs I've heard in video games. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, and you know what though? That's a really hard thing to. Oh gosh, did we? Oh no, we're here.
Quantum drive is now.
Okay, where is it, dude? Am I?
Oh, right down here. Is that it? Yep, it's right there. It's 1,000 now. I'll just fly there.
1,000 kilometers?
Yeah,
That's a long way. Try to.
it is. I'm quantum again. Let me see if it lets
Yeah.
me. Yep, it's letting us. Wow. No, I want some coffee. I want some cappuccino though. I want some freaking cappuccino. French vanilla in my face.
Intenso. Mm. Holy shit, that's a spaceport.
Quantum drive.
We're here. Wait. There's a lot of red, bro. You sure this is good?
I think
Our life's in your hands, Eridar. You know much about this island? Wait, what was cruise control? Was it caps?
no, it's I can't remember.
Was it C? Yeah, C. Oh my god, I just want to make sure I eject myself.
When we get closer, we might need to request for landing permissions, Tricks, just so you are aware of that, okay?
Okay.
We don't want to be trespassing.
Does look like a landing station. This is a new building though. I've never seen this.
Yeah, this is new in the game. This and that plant down there.
I wanna explore it.
Yeah, we will. I'm gonna take you on a ride. Okay, that sounds wrong. Okay,
Are we close enough to?
Yeah, call it in.
I don't see no turrets though.
You might want to stop the ship, mate.
I know. I'm slowing down.
Tricks. I'm not feeling comfortable.
We're okay. We're at 0 now.
Okay, call it in. Let's ask for permission to land.
Just to make sure. What I do? F11, right?
F11. Then you go to contacts and Port Trasier.
There it is. What's this?
Theoretically, I should be able to also call it in. I don't know. I will have to check in the future. I know that it worked when I played with Cat and Nemo on.
It let you too?
Commands. Yeah, I don't know if it works on this ship, but on the freelance, I know that you can actually control certain things as a co-pilot and shit.
Okay, so am I going to the wrench?
Yeah.
Weird
Is
spot.
it like on the other side? Like
Yeah, it's a
is it
weird-
like upside down. Is it like upside down or?
You know what? Just to be safe, let me go over here to the left, because I don't want to collide into anything.
This, bro, this is Star Citizen for me.
Yeah. almost there. There are turrets here, but they were below.
I think we are upside down, Trick, so we might need to rotate the ship the other way, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know, it's just an idea. Huh?
No,
Was
it
I
makes
right, or-
it makes sense because turrets. Why would turrets be below?
So, is this the right way?
I think so.
Yeah,
No, we were the right way the whole time.
No, this is... I'm confused.
No, you're right. You're right. I think you're right. No, wait. No, we're upside down.
Oh, we're upside down, right?
Now we're right. Eridar, you.
Oh, bro, you know, it's not good.
Look at that laser looking at us. Ooh.
Oh my god, I know, right? Like, though that laser is tracking us. Just so you know, that fucking laser is tracking us.
It is.
Lower your
What was it? V?
landing gear. And
N. Come out.
Landing gear
Oh.
deployed.
Hey, she sounds good.
oh god. Oh, please, God, help us.
Don't trust my flying Eridar? Really, bro?
No.
Wow. Wow.
Bro, at least, you know, I'm being honest here.
Yep.
Oh, look at you. Don't forget to turn the ship off.
Yeah, so for the ship off is R? Or no, U.
No, it's you. No, it's you, not me. Get it?
Oh, get it. Mm-mm.
Oh, God. I need to stop making dumb jokes.
Ugh.
Oh, this... Bro, okay, is it just me, or is this place fucking huge, dude? I don't know if they finished mapping the interior to match the exterior on this station, but on the other stations, it matches. But, dude, this is humongous. That's what she said.
Right. Well, this one does look more polished, too. You can tell by the signs and whatnot. It definitely has like a crisper, sharpened look to it.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't know if the interior here match the exteriors, but on the other stations, like similar stations, they do match. So
I love it.
let's go.
Rest and relax. Enjoy your
I
stay.
know. Give me just. I'm getting. Okay, give me just a second. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. I just called the elevator.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. No, I mean, honestly, though, the game is running better. I think there's that one place, that big one. What's that big one?
Area 18 and Lorville.
Yeah, I think it was Area 18. One of them with too much going on, and I noticed that's where it's laggy.
Here's what I like about Star Citizen, bro. You can literally spend days exploring the world, and you wouldn't still like see
Yeah,
everything.
but it'd be like the real galaxy.
I
like-
love it, dude.
I just do they give you a reason to explore planets yet, or not so much yet? I know we
Yeah,
do missions
yeah,
there.
Yeah. So okay, yeah. Missions,
Did they add the vehicles?
There's the player. Hello. Yeah. Missions. You can collect stuff and sell them. It's like, you know, it's cool. It's cool.
What about like ground vehicles? Do we have like the ATVs or the
Yeah, I actually own a ground vehicle,
nice?
like a golf cart.
And security. Wow, they ain't playing here.
You might.
Oh,
wanna,
what the hell was that?
Interact with the console. Go back.
Hold on, something was in my face.
Yeah, I saw that shit too.
That was weird,
Like a
dude.
weird. Yeah, interact with the console and just retrieve, like, claim your ship, so we restock everything that it has. Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna have to wait like a few minutes, but it's gonna give us enough time to actually.
Yeah, well, you know what? Let me Wait, why do they both need claimed? What was I doing? Expedition?
Yeah, explain. Just reclaim it.
Okay, so the file to claim is free, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and the next one looks like it's going to charge me, so this is where I back out and run. Okay. Make sure it actually went through.
Yeah.
Yeah, waiting delivery. Yeah, it's coming.
Okay.
Wow, look at this guy with the glasses. Ooh.
Oh, I know, right? Let's explore the place, right?
Yeah. Oh, look, this is a different NPC?
Mm-hmm.
Look at her eyes, bro. For him? For her. That's a her. Yeah.
It's a her, right? He has tits.
Yeah. Well, I thought there were just two Adam apples. All right.
Oh, what is this? Bro, look at the big betties here.
Hey, how do I zoom in again? I forgot.
Hold F and just use the mouse wheel.
Oh, yeah. Big Benny. Yeah. Man, this game always makes me hungry with this, man. Good thing I ate. Base cadets, right, absolutely. What is this player doing? Oh, you don't get kicked in this game for AFK, do you?
I think you do after like, but it's really like, you know, it allows you to go AFK.
Right.
Okay, right now I'm like 20 FPS, not gonna lie, but it's smooth. I'm not like stuttering on or anything.
Yeah, well, see, that's why I had you set that up that way. That way, me personally, I'm all about the fluent. I don't care how high it is.
Exactly.
I like
I just wanna
fluent.
play fluent.
It's
Exactly.
better on the eyeballs. Because I play
Okay.
games where I'll get like 120 FPS, right? And then when it drops to like 40, that rip your eyeball sockets. Like, you can see the huge difference. If that was the case, I'd rather play it at a steady 60 and make it fluent the whole way than to have that happen.
I don't know. Dude,
Oh,
is
this-
this shit weird or is it just me? There's like
Well,
a something.
Yeah, it's, you know what it is? Yeah, look, stand to the side here. You'll see it. The chairs are interlapping with each other.
Oh, yeah, they are.
What's up, Kat? How are you? That's crazy, bro.
Bro, do you mind spending some time here just to
This
explore
one
the
too.
place and-
Yeah, no, yeah, this is the new spot. I wanna check it out. Ooh, bro,
and
what
this
the?
is just like the station. The actual plant is downstairs. Like, you know.
Bro, look at this. Look, go to this mirror right here, to this window, and then like
Give me a
walk
second, give me a
in and then walk back.
Walk in. There is
Like a gap in between, or it's like a different glass.
it's a different it's a different layer of glass. Yeah, I see.
So it gives you like that
Look at it from the side, and you will see that it's like double layered.
yeah.
Interesting. And look how it reflects. Okay, we are geeking out. I'm sorry, dude. I love doing this in games. Just
Well, what I like about this too, if you get up here to the top, and then walk sideways, you'll see like different glass reflection and like. It is reflecting the interior, but I'm not gonna lie, it's just static. It doesn't really reflect everything, but that's
Are you
okay.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Yeah.
orange lights to the right and the blue light, the little blocks. If you look behind you, they're actually blinking, but in the mirror they don't blink at all.
They don't blink at all.
No,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
get why they don't do that because
that
that-
would break the game.
that would be
Seriously.
performance issues. Yeah, so I'm not gonna hate on them for that. I totally get why they don't do it. But the objects are reflecting though. They're there.
Alright.
That's I
Okay, I need to check something with you. Come here.
yeah.
Look at this warning sign because you're on high and everything. Do you see the writing or not?
Let's see. I see warning, and it looks scrabbled. It looks like
Okay.
no, it is not detailed. No.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to check. So it's not on my end or anything like that. Oh. And in the new update, you'll be able to purchase food and drinks, and oh my god, bro, it's gonna be so cool. Well, on this sticker here, Tricks, you can actually see on this sticker if you come to me. Bro, go fuck yourself. Oh my god, you need to see this shit.
What is it?
Okay.
Hey, Brazilians.
I'm geeking out. I'm sorry. So if you come here, dude. Oh gosh, this is cool. Where you at? Okay, yeah, come here. Look up at the pipes, and you will actually see like all sorts of writing. I've lost the pipes. Where the fuck were they? Cable, yeah, here. So basically, at this cable here, you can actually see the serial mark on shit on it near this thingy magumi. Oh, you can actually read what's written on this shit. Go fuck yourself, dude.
Yeah, it's got PN 157834990.
Maintenance panel. Set minimum value on gauge and pull down all Okay, do you see what I'm talking about, Rix?
Yeah, so this is the maintenance panel. The warning one you can't read again.
Yeah, but the other one you can. This is cool.
Because they use that asset a lot, you would think they have it to where it would be legible. Like, I thought it was
Interesting.
though, but most of the stuff is. Like, hold on, even over here on the side, you got the danger ticket. Most of it you can read except for the small part. But it does talk about overheating, malfunctioning, reboot. Yeah.
But this is just so cool. Like, it's really nice. You like the level of detail. It's
Well,
impressive.
The best thing though is that the nuts and the screws, you can actually see the inner holes of them, so that's good.
I know, right?
It's not just a flat object.
Oh, this is like, and this is multiplayer. Keep it
Right.
This is multiplayer. What you see?
Now, if I'm not mistaken, what was the lore of the game? I know it's from a movie, right? It was
No, it's not from a movie. They have their own. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't really know much about the lore. I'm not gonna lie.
okay, because from what I read, there was like big things about like the lore of it was actually off a movie, and this is where the beginning of the production, I guess, had problems.
No. It's not. It's not. It's not
Okay.
based on anything.
Oh wait, is this your car?
Wait, what?
You got one of these?
No. This is a cycle. By the way, I just love the.
Bro, this feels like I'm looking at a real ad.
I know, right?
Wow.
And look at this, just a bunch of. We're,
like
we're
this.
Like studying it like a bunch of idiots do. Like,
Right, and oh wait, oh, it's reflecting the screen here while I'm watching this. That's cool.
hey, what? Really?
Yeah, the craving advertisement behind you is right here with the burger. If you
Okay, that's cool. Come on, you gotta make that fucking cool, Straight. Oh, love it. Sorry, move, bitch. You don't want to try. Why do you want to bug yourself? What do you want? I'm curious.
Oh no, I was just you know, you want to see me really get into watch this.
Oh, dude, you please don't. You're gonna die or God knows what. As I was saying.
We're sorry. You exceeded the allotted time to park.
As I was.
I exceeded the amount of time to park.
Yeah, your vehicle got retrieved. Bro, where you at?
Oh, I'm on the same place. We're good.
Mm.
We're good. I'm only 200 meters from you. It's a good thing I parked here. Wow, bro, the bedroom rooms are different. Oh yeah, they're not done with this. You can tell. But that's okay though. Yeah, the bedrooms look different. It's green instead of.
Yeah, this is a station. That's why.
Yeah, this is nice. Yeah. Which room was I in?
Dude, I really love the plants. I really love what they did with the plants in the game. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, I forgot what room I was in.
Lol, dude.
It doesn't let me. It should be the blue one, right? No, it's closed. Okay,
No,
just
come on,
forget
get
it.
your ass here.
Yeah.
Get your ass here, dude.
All right, so I see the elevators. Oh, I gotta call an elevator. Okay.
Oh, this is cool. Oh my god, I'm lagging.
Oh, they got cameras on here.
Oh my god, this is so trippy, dude. Where are you at? You need to see the shit.
I don't know. For being the future, you'd think the cameras would be better.
No, that's the thing. No, I actually like about this. It's not like that crazy futuristic. I mean, it's realistic. The physics and the and everything is going. Well, it feels realistic. It's not like spaff and shit and God knows what.
Okay, I'm in the lobby. Oh gosh.
Okay, where you at?
I'm in the Easy Hab.
Okay, let's meet up.
Handcuffs. Ooh, no, these are futuristic handcuffs.
Trixie, behave.
They look interesting. This is my kind of store.
Where you at? Okay. I see.
Oh, we got Aquaberry body and hair body wash. Dare grind. We got facial mask. We got beard wax.
Okay,
Oh,
I
my
see.
my brother needs those because he's growing his big beard right now.
Dude, this is cool. Wow, I really like that. This. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm coming to you. Hello, sir.
Yeah, you'll like this. Look at the merchandise, bro.
Nice to
Okay,
see
let's
you
see.
again.
Did you hear her speak?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's synchronized. Go fuck yourself.
We are?
So Lily Mont, professional hair care shampoo.
Feel free to
Bro, you
take a
can-
look around. We've got a pretty good selection.
Did you hear her now?
Wow, yeah, her lips actually match her words.
Bro, but I know. No. The thing is, I heard her too. The same thing that she told you. I heard that.
Wow.
So it's synced. Like.
Okay. Next thing she say,
Nice to see you.
nice to see you again.
again.
Oh.
Oh god.
Wow, that's a big thing for multiplayer games is synchronization.
Oh god.
Oh look, we got. Wait, what the hell is that?
don't know.
Alkals? I don't know. LCs? Muscle rub. Non-greasy topical. Analgesic. Energies.
Bro, you
Whatever.
can
Oh, it's
actually
medicated.
read, like, look at the. Oh, that's a futuristic brush, bro. The green one, you see it? How do you
okay.
actually use that? Wow, that's
Feel
cool.
free to take a look
Oh
around.
wow, yeah. Well, you got the regular brush. And then you have, I don't know what the other ones are. What the hell?
Okay, Twix, you need to check this. So come here and look through the side. You'll see the grass wall. That's so cool. Do you see what I'm talking about? Like the individual fucking grass.
Yeah.
We got a lot of variety.
It looks like that string candy, the watermelon flavor. Oh, look at this rock. Rock, man. Like, doesn't it make you want to lick it? Oh, wait, no, glitches. Oh, hold on, we gotta criticize sometimes. Look, the grass is going through the middle plane here. See it?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Oh, they
I see
slacking,
that.
bro. They slacking. Oh no, that's a no-no.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Ah.
Right, Cat said for when you get those space crabs.
Hey, Catty love.
Oh my god, that was a good one. I don't know, bro. Handcuffs are the best ones here, though. Did you see these handcuffs? They're right here, bro. Look, right here in this shift. I said right here in this shift.
There's 12 over there too.
Yeah.
Oh damn, bro, let's go. I was wanna like.
Behind her counter is kind of empty though, but she has a shelf on this side to open it. Or wait, oh, that's a latch mechanism.
We got
Is
a
that
lot of
a-
variety.
Looks like a DVI adapter or something.
No, but you can actually read. So latch mechanism, you can actually fucking read that. Go yourself, dude. Like,
Yeah.
And I see.
yeah, we're back again, bitch. Move.
Yeah, same thing. Okay, we got the same merchandise. We got towels here, I guess.
Towels, that's cool.
Oh, look at these
got a lot of
rocks.
variety.
Honey,
grab.
what do you want?
Right.
Oh, I want to check something.
Yeah.
Yep, you can read.
Wait, what the hell is this? Supposed to be a waterfall
Always
here?
Keep upright. Handle with care. Please recycle.
Okay,
Please
hold on.
recycle,
This
bro.
this is glitched, bro.
What happened?
What is this like water coming off this rock? You see it? I think it's because this rock is used over here.
Huh. that's
So
interesting.
yeah, I think it's just thinking that there's water here, but there's not.
Yeah, that was glitchy.
Or maybe that's something they're gonna add. Maybe. How about this side?
Yeah, same,
Yeah,
actually. Kind of the same, actually, yeah. Oh, look at this, like, mural here, bro. This is cool. Like, I really like. Yeah, if you step outside, you'll see the shit.
Where'd you go?
Danger, high voltage. Internals are live. Contact can result in injury or death. Tricks, don't go around poking shit, okay?
Oh really?
Yeah, look behind you on the wall there.
High voltage. Oh.
So over there, basically. You can actually slash point. That's cool. Sorry, speaking up.
Look at a handgun? I didn't know that.
So Platinum Bay. Okay, so you can purchase shit from here. Dude, I'm so lost in this place. What are you doing? You're glitching on my end.
Yeah, I am. I can't get out.
You shit me right now.
Oh, help me! Don't just leave me here, man. Oh wait, keep doing it. It's working. A little more.
Yeah. No?
Oh, a little more. I'm jumping. Oh, yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, look at the water over here, bro. Oh my god, I'm gonna lick my monitor right now.
I know, dude. This is so cool.
Then I'll have to wipe it. Oh, look at these leaves, bro.
Oh, it's so well made. You gotta admit, dude. You gotta give them credit. The attention to detail. Look at this huge penis, dude. Why that?
Oh, look at these two NPCs though. This one's really
I know. They're really like.
I guess the other one's falling a little behind.
Oh my god, bro. That's okay. Don't show people that. That's kind of offensive. Okay, look at this. Wow, look at this weird ass fucking plant, bro. You follow me? Can you stop intruding in people's privacy, dude? That's like really.
Oh, me intruding? What about these two?
Bro, they're like. Ass licking.
I mean, look, he's looking at me too. Like, are you done? Like,
I
are you gonna pay or what? Somebody made a mess here, bro. Look at all this trash.
know, right? Fucking assholes. Oh, this is cool, bro. I'm so lost.
Honestly, though, like, here's the thing. All right, so let's say this was a AAA publisher, right? Let's say this was a big major. Let's use Capcom for an example.
I mean,
And Capcom, don't get mad at me. Just an
this is a
example.
already.
If they had to put grass here like this, they would literally use a box version of grass and put
I
a
know what
couple
you're saying.
particles on the top to give it that three-dimensional look. But
This is 3D. Like this is genuinely 3D.
Yeah.
For real 3D. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Let's go check.
The only thing that is cheesy though is underneath the leaves. You can see the other leaves that are kind of. But again, that's not important. This is just decoration.
I don't know, Gimmit, I'm just running like a retard around. Should we like go?
Very true, guys. Very true. Kat, I hope you're having a great morning.
Yes,
you guys
I
have a
want
great
to
morning.
purchase some clothing, bitch. No,
Jim, are you done?
Girl. Let's
Wow, another person on top of each other. What's this? I don't like this lobby, bro. We got to get out of here. Is this a player or is this?
No, that's empty.
No, that's two people in one. Look. Oh, that's wicked.
This is another thing that I love. Yeah, if you come here, you really need to stop fucking with those guys. Like, honestly, that's really like
Oh, I
inappropriate.
can see their tongues, bro. Look. And their eyeball sockets. Interesting.
How do we get up there? I wanna get up there. How do we get up there?
Huh?
Anyway, do you wanna see some clothes? And something
Yeah.
that I really love about this game?
Yeah, yeah.
You're stuck, aren't you?
No. I was just admiring the internal body.
What I love, bro, that you can actually see things on display. This is like something that I really love about Star Citizen. Like you can purchase on display, bro.
Right, you don't have to just do it just from the screen. And look, it gives you the price too. That's cool.
Yeah.
Right, there's no price tags out of though, like hanging off where we can look at it. You know.
I'm not purchasing anything. Fuck it.
No, everything's expensive.
I don't have the money.
And then what's the point, bro? Like, well, you said they're gonna start adding the save progression thing, right? Or the persistence,
No, it
whatever.
is. It is. Here's the thing. The next update, progression carries over. So let's getting money, right?
Now we can start getting money. Yeah.
Oh, this is cool. I have no idea where I am at.
Yeah, I only got 10,000, so I gotta save. I'm gonna wait till I get about maybe at least 50 grand before I start.
I'm lost. Trace, I lost you. Bro, I'm scared. Where you at?
I'm coming.
Ah!
Gosh, whoa. Look at the way this person's walking. Whoa, you're in a rush?
Oh, shit. Alright. Like a bitch move.
Now, where did you say you wanted to get to? Oh, I already know.
There is something here that I saw something, but I don't know what it is because I lost track of that something that I wanted to check something. I'm lost. I'm genuine. I have no idea where the fuck. Ooh, what is this? Microwave Strix. I have a microwave.
Did?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm geeking out. Bro, I should probably stop being such an idiot. Where you at? What is this?
Oh.
Bro, what is this? Fresh brew. Hot drinks images for you. I would like filter one, filter blah 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 blah. Power gem. Oh, this is cool. I want a machine like this, dude. Trix, I lost you. Where the fuck you at, dude?
Huh?
Where you at? Dude, this is a coffee machine. Cough yourself. This is cool. Express coffee. This looks so cool, bro. Where, dude, get your ass here.
Huh?
Get your ass here.
I'm coming. Where'd you go?
I'm at the microwaves. Microwaves, Trix.
Microwaves. I'm trying.
Over here, dude. Go up. On the other side.
Other side?
How did you get up there? Wait. How did you get up there?
Huh?
How did you? Bro, I'm.
You know me, bro. I love getting out of maps. I'm good at this stuff.
You glitched yourself, didn't you?
Oh, right now I did. But yeah, to get over. Hold on, let me get out of here and I'll show you. Give me a second.
Ooh, platinum thingy.
Yeah, now. I heard if I fall, but I have no choice but to do it.
I'm confused. How did you get it? No, how did you get up there? I fell.
Okay, so you see the.
I am beyond confused.
Okay, you see the two railings that are pointing up to the ceiling?
Two railings that are pointing up to the what?
The ceiling, right where that lady's leaning on a pole.
I am lost.
Wait, how do I prone again?
X.
I think prone will help me get out of here.
Oh, I wanna get up on this shit, dude.
I know, bro. I do too. Like, I got myself stuck. I should have went this way. I was trying to get on the. I was trying to get on the second layer.
Bro. this
Did you do
is
it?
stupid. I'm gonna fucking die.
Oh, you climbed it. Now you can go on the other one too.
Spider-Man, I'm gonna fucking die. You know that, right? Da-da-da. Okay, what are we doing with our lives, Trix?
I have no idea, bro.
Actually solid
Oh,
objects,
finally,
bro.
I got out. I got out. Wanna come over here?
Bro, you come over here.
Now, I tried.
Oh, how am I gonna do this? Though?
Yeah, you can't get up there, bro. I tried to run and jump
Wanna
to
make a
the.
bet? Wanna make a bet? Ah, shit!
Oh! Ooh.
Oh, I broke my legs, dude.
Bro, your character's twitching, bro.
Bro, that's hurt.
Yeah, but there's a the other pose probably. Wait, how do we use health kits? Oh yeah. Can I revive you?
No.
Radar, what happened?
I fell, broke my legs, and that was the end of me.
Oh no. Well, you're not that far away.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I hope I'm here, though. Bro, am I here or am I like fucking millions kilometers away?
You're like 86.
Yeah. I'm here.
Yeah.
Jim, how's your download looking, bro?
Be dumb now. Especially on a solid state drive. It shouldn't take that long.
I know, right? Come on, Jim. You don't want to play with us? Are you too good for us, Jim? Or what's the situation here, mate?
He's lying, bro. It shows him playing Star Citizen. He's probably already in our level.
Okay.
Right? Jim! What is he doing?
Okay. So, where the fuck you at, Twix? How did you get up there? Like, no, for real. How did
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. Come back up to the second floor.
Okay.
And then just.
Oh, you shitting me?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh no, not that way. You want to come in the other way. And then you see this ledge right here. You gotta climb it. Below you.
No, I'm stuck.
Yeah.
I'm stuck.
Like so, right now, just try to come over here. It's a regular part right here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Move your fat
And
ass.
then, oh gosh, you pushed me. What the hell?
Yeah. Loser.
And then that's it. Just go this way. And just walk it. Don't try to.
Shit.
Erda!
Bro, fuck you, no. Fuck this shit, no. I'm not risking my life for you.
Right. I'm gonna try to really get to, cause there's like stuff over there.
I found armor. I found the armor shop.
You did?
Oh, dude. Oh yeah. This is pink. Oh no. I do like this one though. That's cool. Yeah, that's. But there was a dude. I want to reach a certain part that's admin area. Ooh, let's see what. Hell no, fuck out, dude. I'm not talking with you.
Alright, let me get back out of here so we can go back to normal.
Yeah, let's go up.
My character's tired. What the heck?
Come on. Get your ass to me. Oh, that sounded wrong. Bro, I found the teddy bear. Please, I found the teddy bear.
Found a teddy bear?
Yeah, come to me. I want to show you the teddy bear. Okay, that sounds so pedophile. Like, I swear to God, I'm sorry. But I found a teddy bear. And that's a creepy, bro, that's a creepy teddy bear.
Hold on. I'm coming. Is that like an Easter egg?
I don't know what it is, but it's a teddy bear. Okay, come here and look in that. Ignore the NPC that is sitting on the ground. You see the teddy bear? That's creepy.
Oh yeah.
Creepy, bro.
Yeah, that's like a horror game type teddy bear right there. Oh,
I
can't
know,
use these
right?
yet? Oh,
No.
be cool.
Microwaves and mugs and.
Oh, Jim's not even on Discord. Where'd Jim go?
Yeah, he dropped. I think he's.
Yeah, Jim, if
I
you're,
don't
Jim's just still in chat, but I'm not sure if he's here. Jim, if you're here, Kelso was wondering if you still got your, if you got your parts.
Will you answer?
Yeah.
It's a poster.
This is my kind of drink right here, bro.
Oh, give me a second. I want to check. What is this? A taste of freedom, liberty, like hell yeah.
Taste of freedom, liberty, Lake. Love it.
Oh my god, yeah. You crack me up. Oh, these are like turbines. Oh, this is cool, dude. You need to see the shit.
Oh, I found a cafeteria.
And no, don't fucking jump, by the way. You need to see the shit. This is cool.
Ooh, yeah, well, I learned my lesson.
Bro, okay, Twix, do you see that door in the back over there?
Yeah, what are you thinking?
I wanna fucking get there.
Hold on, let's check around first. What's over here?
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah,
Oh.
all the NPCs are... What the?
No, he's leaning against the...
Bro?
Bro, what's wrong with his face?
What is this, Master Kenshi?
Bro, what is this shit?
Bro, this level is haunted, bro.
Yeah, this place is creepy as fuck.
Hold on, let me go inside his head, because I can't go through this one. Bro, no, man. Are you sure this is a level or a haunted house, bro?
Oh, what is this? What's here? Oh, some more. Okay, cool. Bro, I'm so lost. I'm not gonna even shit you right now. I'm like...
No, you got a player behind you.
What? Oh, that's a player.
Yeah.
Cool. There was something that I wanted to check. Dude. Oh my god, I'm confused as fuck. Up here, dude, please, not there.
Wait, we're back at the main. Oh,
This is like, ooh, fancy.
oh, this was the blinking lights we were just talking about. Remember, 'cause that was the window we were looking at. Yeah. Ooh, lanterns. This is like the VIP.
Yeah. Let's go. And of course, he fucking goes up.
See through the ceiling a little bit. Oh!
Oh my god, dude. How did you? Why did you? Where did you?
I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
I wanna check something. I don't know where it is.
Can
There was like a
this
really
be your starting spawn point, or is this something you have to travel manually?
I think you know. Yeah, bro, come here. This. Give me just a second. Be back in like 1 minute.
Oh. Oh, what the?
I'm back. Yeah, bro. This is the shit.
This is like the shopping mall. This is where the FPS drops.
I know, right?
But I love it, bro.
Oh,
Look above
dude.
us.
Holy. Okay, dude. You gotta admit that is trippy as fuck.
Yeah, that's nice.
Okay, sir. What would you like to order? And bro, listen to the music here. Come here.
Oh, I love it. It goes with the atmosphere. Why do we have
Let's go.
steaming hot plates of noodles?
I'm dancing. Come on, bro. There you go, Trix. Let's go.
Yeah.
Hey! Dude, this is so cool. I'm sorry, but this is just fucking cool, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, look at me just going with the chick. Oh, dude, this is the shit here.
Did I break my game? How do I?
No.
Oh, I'm in the chat thing. Duh.
Yeah. No, bro, this is. What is this guy having? What are you having, dude? Are you having like empty things?
Oh, look! It's muffin time.
Yeah, bro, how do we get behind the desk? That's what I want to find out. I want to get behind the counter, bro.
Look at there, Dar. Talking about me. Really want to get behind that counter, bro? Let me show you how you do this. Use that table, run and jump it. Oh, a little barrier? Okay. Okay, alright. You gotta do the halo jump. You might have to jump crouch.
I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't think you can.
Oh, you can. Use my body. Use my body. Here, let me crouch. Try to jump it. Ready?
Oh, yeah, bro. Okay.
Go ahead. Oh. What the hell's moving me?
No, I am moving. I can't. Bro, look at this shit here. The like, you know. Bro, there are things moving in there.
There is?
Come here, come here. There are things moving. Do you
Oh,
see
yeah.
that?
Oh, yeah,
Like,
yeah, it's like a yeah, it's a tank, it's aquarium. Okay.
Oh, that's a tank. Yeah. Okay.
Any
I
fishes?
knew that.
All right, what about the cafeteria? Anything back there? I see the stove.
Yeah, there is shit back there.
Pot's
dude.
cooking.
Yeah, this is so immersive. I gotta say, dude, this like cracks me up. This is so cool. Oh, this is what I like. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, hot dog stand. I wanna visit. Oh, what is this? Oh, bro, this is cool. This guy has like snow globes but digital. Like yourself.
Yeah, he said snow globes, but digital.
Fucking cigars and shit, dude. Wow.
Wow.
Wow, this is like, bro, this is like, you know, expensive shit here, dude. Fuck.
Right. My bad. I had to,
No worries, dude. Oh, this
charge
guy
my
is selling
headphones.
expensive shit. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry, bro. This guy is selling expensive shit, and this is like the green area with like green. Oh,
But look, why does he have grass behind his counter?
I don't know, but yeah, this whole thing is like this is like the most a bit of green in space. I actually like that shit. How did you get there? Bro, okay, I'm done. Do you see that teddy bear? Bro, this must be an Easter egg or something.
It's got to be another one.
Bro, I'm done. Oh, come on, bro.
Can't do nothing with it though, can you? No. That's two teddy bears we found. Huh.
No, door code 8340 lower level. Do you see that post-it right over there? Behind you. Read the post-it.
Post-it?
Behind you, Twix. Post-it behind you. In front of him, basically.
Oh. Yeah, it's got times on them too. Door code 8340 lower level. Wait a minute. You thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah.
Eight-
No,
eight-
dude, look at me. Please, you look at me, bro. Dance.
Wow.
I'm losing my shit.
Hey, what kind of books we have here? Look, we got fish tank, dog fighting fish tank. What the?
Oh, wait, what? What?
1,000 hazy thoughts?
Okay, bro. This is. This.
Psychological effects of prolonged exposure to multiple gravitational zones on human muscles.
Okay,
Wow.
bro. That's like, dude. That's like.
And I like how at the bottom it says for idiots instead of for dummies. Wow. Wow, for idiots, just straight up tells you.
Oh god, that's cool, bro. This is so cool. This is what I love about Star Citizen, dude. Okay, they have a burrito bar. I'm done. Drakes, they have a fucking burrito bar.
They do?
Yeah, come up here. And they have Mexican fucking music. I'm done.
Oh, wow.
Burrito Monday, rice bowl.
Oh, they make those burritos look good, bro.
They poke.
Making me hungry. Look at them. And their chicken. Oh my god. And steak. Burrito.
They have nachos, bro. They have nachos.
Can't go without the nacho. Man, they got plenty of nachos, bro. Now this they're using that like compile texture, but that's cool because it's in a container. Yep, the music is different.
No, this is.
Wait,
no,
hold on. I see
this
I see the toppings here. I think I see the bean, the lettuce, and something else behind us. Oh, I'm getting texture glitches. Oh gosh, not do that.
Yeah, I'm also getting a bit of a few texture glitches.
Oh look, they got something else drinking here. Smooth crips and always easy smokes.
Oh, dude, this is like.
Oh, here's a burrito. You want to see a burrito?
Yeah.
Right here in this chair.
Yeah, bro, that's cool. No, you mean this?
I don't think we're supposed to be on these chairs.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have an interaction.
Shoot! Erdo, what did you do to me?
Bro, are you stuck again? Are you shitting me right now?
I'm stuck again. Oh God,
There you
jeez,
go.
thank you. Yeah, that works. Hey,
Let's
look.
go downstairs. Let's go downstairs.
Here's a gutter wash.
Oh,
What is that?
gutter
What
wash.
is that? United Empire of Thrash? It must be like a music thing.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this, man. They got quesadillas, pot stickers, and chilaquiles, tortilla, or poke, or tortas, and rice bowls. Oh, here we go. You got super nachos, chili cheese fries, chimichanga. Oh, chimichanga.
What do you want, dude? This is like, and here's the thing: in 3.9, so the next update, which is all this shit. Just so you know.
Ah, more money to spend on, but let's go. Man, I can't
Let's
get
go
over.
downstairs. Let's go downstairs. I want to check
Oh,
downstairs. I wanna see
well,
what-
nothing's open here yet. They're under construction. Coming soon. Opening soon. Ooh.
Where's okay, there should be a stair? I'm confused. Where's the stairs to downstairs? I'm running like an idiot in circles. Tricks, how do we get downstairs without jumping like a bunch of idiots?
I have no idea,
And you're being a hot dog. Tricks, you're a hot dog, bitch.
bro. Well,
Okay, I'm
there
down-
was stairs behind us.
Yeah, I'm downstairs. Hot dogs. Okay, let's check. That's so not sanitary, dude. Oh my god, this feels like a genuine hot dog stand with like filth and shit. Where you at? Where you at? Oh my god, dude, what are you fucking doing, Tricks?
Oh god!
I saw that.
That was fun.
Bro.
That was fun.
This looks filthy. You feel me?
But you know what? That they said is better than they look. So
No, better than they look. Oh, bro, that's.
Is he humping a hot dog? What?
Yeah, he's definitely humping a hot dog, bro.
oh, bro, look at these hot dogs, bro. They're so pink and
I know,
red.
right?
It must be spicy. Like one's not in the bun. Oh my god, yes, I love that. No, not many video games make hot dog buns without the hot dog.
I know, right? Nah, this is what I love about Star Citizen. Their attention
What
to
the heck is
detail.
this,
Just
Saradar?
like-
Is this napkins or what the hell is that?
What?
A corner.
Where? The corner. Let me check.
A towel?
that- Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what the fuck that is. That's just.
right. I'm trying to make it out. I can't.
Yeah,
I'll
that's,
make it.
Tricks. Bro.
Yeah.
NPCs are bonkers right now.
Bro, this whole area is wicked, bro.
No, I'm gonna
Evil teddy bears. Everyone's standing. Everybody seems like robots.
I know. Oh, what does this guy have to offer? Pizza! Tricks pizza!
Oh my god, pizza. Ooh.
Pizza! I'm losing my shit. Pepperoni! Hey! Oh, sorry.
Oh, then we got green peppers and pepperoni.
Burgers. We have burgers. We have some weird ass things that looks like my right testicle. We have some weird ass shit here. Oh, we have drinks.
Oh, they got sweet rose. And why would they have hamburgers already made? I don't get that.
Get up coffee.
Oh, look.
Ew, coffee in a can. Ew, dude.
Oh.
That's disgusting.
We got Flood caffeine boost. Get up coffee roasted with care. Enjoy ice cold.
Oh, dude, this is the shit.
Man, we can't ring the bell.
Juice bar. Oh, nah, this is my kind of place and your kind of place too. I think because you're into.
I
this
love
kind of
protein. Yeah, I love like shakes with like. I always get it with like extra protein shots in them.
Bro, look at the watermelon. Oh, this is cool. This is so weird.
Oh,
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Ah,
that's wow.
bro, this is so.
Staff only.
There goes Tricks trying to break into it. That's so Tricks. Yo, this is so cool. Noodle bar. Oh yeah. No way, dude! You need to see the texture on this. This is cool. Okay, I don't want the beans.
Oh, the
Where the fuck-
back rooms look interesting, but we can't go in them. It's making me mad.
I know, right? You need to see the beans. Oh, this is
Ah.
cool. I love what they did with the beans.
You know what I love about beans, especially when you flick them.
Mm.
You ever flick a bean?
No, I'm not into that weird shit. Thank you. Oh, pizza, dude! I'm all over the place. I'm all this shit. Like honestly.
Yeah,
Oh,
see, look.
pizza! What pizza do they have?
Yeah, those
Cheese
are
and
napkins.
tomato, pepperoni and peppers. Fresh made pizza in minutes.
Yo, what's your percent? Oh, look at the sign right here, bro. Pizza, best in the
They have
UEE.
the oven in the back. Tricks. Shh, they have ovens in the back. I'm sorry, I'm losing my shit. Pizza sauce. That's cool. Yeah, I'm done, dude. This game is like. I wish other games did this. Oh, are we going in the bar? No, I'm keeping the bar. Oh, this is sassy, dude. Bro, this is.
Oh my god, if we could play mini games, bro.
Are you in the bar? Fucking asshole. I'm coming.
Yeah, bro, you'll like this area. This is the future hangout spot. Look.
Oh. Ooh. Oh, dude. Oh, yes.
Look at these NPCs.
Yes. Please. Okay, let's see what they have on offer. I need a menu. Bitches, give me a menu. you crack me up. This is what, bro. This is.
Too bad we can't play the pool, bro.
Oh, dude, this is cool. No, this is cool. Look at this shit. This one is out of function. You can actually.
You still see through it. Wow, yeah, it's under construction. Is there a cord? Power cord? Oh.
Okay, so what do they serve here? I love this shit, dude. Okay, I want to jump behind the. So, sir, what do you today? Sir, you're not allowed to be there, sir. You, sir. Yeah, you. I'm pointing at you. Yeah, you, sir. Come over here. Come over here. So, what would you? We have Schultz. She's like a beer. We have I don't know what the fuck that is. We have Apocalypse something. Brand. That's brandy. Yeah. Nah. We have Blackbeard, brown butter rum. Dude, we can actually read the fucking label.
Right. This is the future alcohol drinks, man.
I know, right?
What's up, Kirby?
So we can also have like glycinol, germic.
I believe you're the one that requested a game on Discord. We're looking into it. I'm trying to get a crew gathered up, so I asked all the subscribers on Discord to get involved.
They have like disinfectant for you, Tricks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see it. Wow. Yeah, they got the. I love this one. I love the green bottle though. Like, read the green bottle and then read the top left of it.
Okay, give me a sec. Green bottle. For a top to bottom clear. Oh gosh, dude. Wait, what? Is there like anything? Something? Nah,
Oh, what the?
Can I help you, sir? Okay, sir, you're not supposed to be here. Oh my god. Oh, wait. SPKR. Bro, I want these like fucking speakers. SPKR. These are the next shit, dude. I'm telling you.
Oh shoot! Look at it. Look like the size of a TV.
Wait, what TV, bro? Wait, what?
Oh, that's supposed to stand for speaker. But that's cool.
Yeah,
I like when games get creative with their own like name labels and stuff, because then.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, I'm getting.
Oh. Okay, do you see why I love this game so much? It's just it feels so.
It's brandy. Ooh.
Wait, can you give me like 2 minutes just to run to the toilet, really quick?
Yeah. Well, where's the toilet at?
Funny. Be right back.
Run to it.
Woo! All right. You found the doc. Pardon. Okay. You cut out for me. What about the game you suggested? Yeah. So I see that you suggested it on Discord. We're getting votes on it right now, and then I'm trying to get a group together. So once we get a group together, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get on that. I don't know. Somebody told me that, or several people told me that you need a pretty large crew to get the good experience from it. So we'll see. And I've seen that the creators, the SCP creators or whatever, they made other titles, so that looks interesting. We'll have to check it out, man. I know the backstory. Yeah, I don't know anything. This will be the first SCP game I play. Right. It's Bella good. Thought you were speaking Italian for a second. Jam, is your game done?
Yeah, it's been done, but you guys were talking so much you didn't hear me.
Oh, sorry, John. I'm sorry, bro.
That's alright.
This place is amazing, dude. Well, at least you got to see it. I think it's gonna spawn us here though now because I landed here. What you can do is if you're already in the game, you can try to go here real quick. Or I'll just, well, hold on, I think Eridar's back. He's moving. Yeah, he's being creepy. He's dancing, he's moonwalking. Oh, I know what he's doing. He's playing on his phone. He does what I do, yeah. Connecting to his PC on his phone so that way he can move.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Damn, I need to stop wearing these gaming glasses because now I'm so used to them. And if I play games without them, and I gotta, because mine are like, I gotta fix these. I just don't want to buy new ones because I think they range anywhere from like, there's different kinds. I think they usually range from about like $60 and up.
Yeah, I've seen this over. They're pretty expensive.
Yeah, they are pretty expensive, but they're good, man. Honestly, I do recommend them. They do make gaming much better in a way. Yeah, if anything, Kirby, when we play the SCP game, you're more than welcome. We'll do the voice chatting and stuff. Right now, we're just doing Star Citizen.
Thing, so I don't have to worry about the blue light too much now.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh yeah, on your monitor too. If you got anti-flicker or blue light filter, make sure you turn those on. Those help you too.
Yeah, I turned it on.
Wait, Jim, is your game done? Is your game ready?
It's been done for like half an hour now, but you guys.
He said we were too busy having fun.
Wow, come on, bro. Get in game. We're gonna invite you, and we're gonna wait for you to come here. Okay, we're gonna.
I'm probably like 100 million miles away though.
Okay, Trix, you're gonna geek out even more. Look at the extinguisher. Look at the fucking futuristic panel of it. You should be able to join on me, basically join friends, Jim.
I tried that. The server was full.
Try again. Trixie boy.
Yeah.
Come here. Come here. Look at the extinguishers panel. That's
Wow.
cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this shit.
Yep, you
Oh
can read
my God.
everything. Gate number 3, 4.
Oh, no.
Power generator filter. Battery level. I wonder if the battery level actually changes or it just looks like it might be static. I might be asking too much. I mean, if you sit here and wait for it to drop down, then yeah, there's... Oh, this picture is not right. This TV, look. It's not lined up properly with the frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's understandable though.
Come on, Jim. Are you getting in, or do we need to recreate the party?
Yeah, so we had a question about Star Citizen, like in terms of price. What would you say? I know it changes.
Right. Honestly, here's the thing. On me, it's inflated because of my car.
I think Kirby would be the
What,
same
Jim?
price.
What Jim said would be like what? $25. But here's the thing. If you use my code, you're gonna get some extra things in game. And that was a selfless, ad here. Thank you.
That was very much, yeah.
If you use my, you're gonna get some stuff in. Wait, what? Bro, I didn't see this fucking floating pizza hologram.
Oh, the holographic? Yep. I noticed that because when I try to go on the top of this trash can.
That's cool. So yeah, do you want me to give showcase my referral tricks?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me. And here's the thing. Anyone Star Citizen and so on and so forth. Give me a sec. What? Yeah. So for anyone interested in getting Citizen, you don't need to purchase something like stupidly expensive and shit like that. You can do with the most basic shit and upgrade from that. You can purchase ships in game. You can upgrade the ship that you purchase. So if you purchase a pack, you can upgrade it with real money afterwards. So if you really like the game, you can invest into it a bit more, like I did. I think I changed like fucking 4 ships because hello. But yeah, I mean it's definitely a game worth trying out, and it's the type of game that you need to try it out yourself in order to like properly understand how and the why and so on and so forth. So I think
Paid $40 for it. I get.
and I believe right now, and I don't want to talk shit about it, I believe right now that the game is on. So where do you guys want? Where do you want me to post the? I'm gonna post it in your Discord, Twix.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna post it in.
Or you can post it in chat or Discord, don't matter, and I can post it for you if you need me.
Where do you want me to post it?
Doesn't matter, whatever's easier for you. Oh my god, my CPU is high. Holy macro.
Referral code.
Actually, now that you think about it, okay, so check this out. I got OBS, the game running and everything, right? I'm only using 60% GPU. So this game is not GPU intensive.
It's CPU. It's a combination.
Yeah, wow. It is even. But I can understand why my CPU is more because I'm streaming.
Yeah.
But yeah, technically this is more of a CPU intensive. See, but that means they're optimized in that part. I hate games where as soon as you launch it, it's 99% GPU, and you're like, really? I don't like
Jim,
that.
are you in, or do we need to recreate a party?
If my game would ever launch, keeps getting the Star Citizen thing up and it just sits there.
Okay. Tab in and out. Tab out and tab back in. Wait, what are those? Filter. Oh, 97 degrees? Holy shit! That coffee machine is running hot, dude.
How much your CPU there, bro?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, Trix, how do we get in here? Help me out.
Where'd you go?
Oh,
Where'd you go?
I got it.
Oh, I got you. I see it.
Oh, he has some.
Oh man.
Mellow citrus. Do you want some citrus juice, Trix? Or if you want some fizz with
Yeah.
triple berry. Do you want some berry? Triple the taste. Or
Oh.
maybe you want some. What do we have here? Oh, this guy I have to offer. This offer flood. Something. It's too dark. I can't see. Oh, this is like this is really cool. I love it, dude. So yeah, Jim, did you try and tab out and back in and out?
But yeah, the starting price is gonna be a little different.
It didn't work.
Just close the game, yes. Tricks.
What happened?
Bro.
Yeah.
I did the fucky.
Oh, you're in the hot dog. Oh.
I fucky, dude. This shouldn't. Oh, dude, this is bad. We are breaking the game. Let's go. You know that we need to do this to the whole. Yeah, we're going. Fuck it. Oh yeah, I think we are.
But at least we got to see. Oh god, yeah. At least we got to see now.
I'm going to the juice bar. Let's go. You coming? Come on, move it. Come on. I need to get there. I need to get there, dude.
Oh, this one's got a low canopy up top.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Come on, sweet. Help me out.
Oh yeah, it's definitely. Hold on, I'm gonna use 2 fans on this one.
Oh, I can't. Oh shit.
Did you just collapse? Actually, let's try from this angle here. It's gonna be weird though, but. Nah, I don't think we can get back there, bro. This room looked like it'd be worth interesting though.
I know, right? Yeah. Yeah. let me have it. Okay. No. Let's try another one. We don't want to try and get the noodle one. Let's go. Now this is cool. This is the real.
Oh wait, let's look inside the pot. Oh, there's nothing in here. What a ripoff!
Oh, we got played.
Wow, we probably gotta order a pot of nothing. So what's in these?
Yeah, what's in these boxes, bro?
Wow, look at these noodles, bro. Look, they're not even placed in the box. They're just because they want to make sure from the player's point of view that's what you're gonna see, so they don't fill the box up.
Oh, that's cool. That's smart. That's smart if you think about it. Yeah?
So what if you scan the barcode on these boxes? Would anything pop up on Google?
Dude,
You ever thought about trying that, bro?
Bro, I have. That would be fucking sick. Tricks. Oh,
Yeah, but there's no numbers on them though, and I don't think those code bars. I don't know. I could be wrong. It could be another Easter egg. Things like that. You'd be surprised what developers do nowadays.
I know, right?
What's in this
So
pot?
this is
Nothing.
this is.
Oh, wait. There's a pad here.
Pizza. I don't. Fuck
I
off.
thi-
I'm going to the pizza.
I found the recipe.
Wait, what? For real?
Yeah, right here. Look at this piece of paper.
Okay. Give me a sec. Oh, shit, I can't get back in. Dude, I can't get back in.
You gotta stand back a little more. Get a sprint speed.
There you go. Oh, that's so cool, bro. I love it.
Right? You see that?
Yeah, dude.
Oh man, you can't see that from right behind the counters. That's
Dude, look at the fucking hazard warnings on the stove here, on the thingy down there. Warnings, yeah, it's like failure to comply to UE safety standards may result in injury or death. To prevent equipment. Oh no, hell no, fuck off, I'm going, I'm gonna get out of here, fixed me. Yeah, there you go. Let's go to the pizza. Jim, are you getting in or no, bro? What's going on? Talk to me.
The game won't launch.
What do you mean the game won't launch, dude?
I had that problem before.
Display screen and then it just
Make sure the launcher is not running in your task manager. You might have to end task all the yeah.
Close everything. Force close everything, Jim. I can't, bro. I can't get in the fucking pizza thingy.
Pizza one?
I can't. I want to show you the Microtech. I want to show you the planet, but I'm waiting for Jim. I don't know if Jim is joining. Like, fucking Jim, come on.
Well, the best way is probably restarting the PC, but if you can force close everything, you should be in good hands.
Yeah, it launched earlier, but this time it doesn't want to launch.
I think for this game, maybe I should cap my FPS low.
Oh, I really want. Okay, let's go. Jim can join.
Do you see it running in your task manager, Jim?
Yeah, it had it running twice.
Yeah, that's why. Force close it all, end all the tasks, and then try it again. Sometimes applications will do that, and sadly to say, some games are like that, bro. If you got like an overclock software or any like third-party applications running, sometimes games won't launch. Kind of weird, but.
Alright, let's find our way out of here, dude. We've been way too long at this fucking rest.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we finished a lot of missions. We made a lot of money. You should get like a salary pay though, at least for something.
I'm gonna take my ship this time. We're gonna ride in like. You're gonna see luxury because I'm a big player.
I'm a big kid now. Which deck?
Thank you. Pad 3. Call elevator.
How you looking there, Jim? Did it launch?
It launched.
Yay. See?
It didn't let me join you guys too. There was only one spot left.
It's not allowing you.
It allowed me. There was one spot left.
Either way, it's gonna start us here anyway, right, Erdar?
Yeah, but
He's not at this this area though.
Yeah, but
Well, see if you can get a spawn point here.
you can't. No, you'll have to, Jim. You'll have to literally just fly over to Microtech.
Yeah, I mean, because we don't have any. Well, I mean, either way, if we gotta back out, we can pick him up.
No, he has his ship. Why? I'm not his bitch.
But I mean, like, but I know what he's saying though. Like, I thought like joining in game during time sometimes it's glitchy or it doesn't work.
No, did you manage to join the game, Trix? Trix, what's going on?
I don't know. I'm right behind you.
Bro, there's something going on here.
Why do I hear
by the
different
way,
footsteps? Is there gunfights?
Yeah, there's gunfights, bro.
What the heck is going on? The ships shooting each other?
Oh, I don't know, bro. Bro, are we really gonna? I want you, bro. This station is getting.
Look, it's
Dude, the station
attacked.
is getting fucking attacked,
By what?
bro.
Bro, what's? Oh, look at the lighting, bro. It's almost like ray tracing. Oh, wait, the ship is shooting itself.
Shit. No, it's shooting at something down
Oh,
there.
wait. I'm looking. What the heck is it
There's
shooting
something
at?
on the surface. Bro, this is so. I'm getting shivers. Fuck it. Let's go. I'm not staying here.
Look,
is
look,
scary.
these turrets got destroyed.
Something attacked the station, dude. We did hear some boom boom or something. At least I don't know. Alright, let's take the
Oh,
big.
look, bro, it's totally destroyed, even here.
Where the fuck is the? Okay, enter ship.
Yeah, it's shooting at something down. I think it's glitched.
Might be. I don't know.
Is there something down there? I mean, oh, let me try to zoom in. 'Cause
I don't
not really.
Come on, get in. Do you want to visit the big boy ship?
Yeah, I'm coming.
You are so far away, dude. Lol. This is luxury, dude. I'm telling you. You wish you'd have such a ship. I'm joking. It's
Right. I like it. It's nice. Got the lights in the front.
You have a toilet too if you need.
Oh, nice. Where do I get in from? The front side?
No, the side. I'm gonna open. Bro, it's like lit. Okay,
I
give me
see
just-
it. I can open it? Oh, because we're in a group, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, hold on. Can anybody just join in? I was like, no. Oh, it auto closes? Sweet.
Yeah.
I like the inside of the ship, man.
I know. This is luxury, bro. And so yeah, let me give the. Why am I back on the fucking? Anyway.
Wait,
yeah,
what else?
just-
What can you do? Oh, I like the top window. There's no cargo here or nothing?
The cargo is downstairs. It's like under the ship. So here, my dear friend, you have. Let me actually turn the power because we can't really see shit.
Ooh.
Agreed. And he's sitting on the toilet. I'm done.
Ah, bro, look how detailed this ship is. Like how your ship says Origin. You got an Epic one too, and Rockstar, and
Oh,
yeah, the island is shooting just down at what I don't know what it is, bro.
so the island, bro. The island. Seriously.
Yeah, Preston was you, now me. Wow, bro.
Alright, let me give you a tour of the ship. So right here you have like a little compartment that you.
Yeah,
You-
Kat said the same thing. Kat had one update where she couldn't get in at all. Wait, I can't get off the seat. Oh, here we go. You know when you sit for so long, you get stuck.
There you got up in time. I want to close the door on you.
Oh.
You have the bed on the left. On the right here you have a kitchen and a drawer where you can store stuff. You
Wow.
have a,
Wait, and you got a sink. Ooh.
yeah, you have
Look,
some
you got
glasses.
buttons. Look, up and down. Wow.
I know you have all the all Timam and Jumbo. And this is and you have the like the
I like the lighting though, and then I love the aerodynamic window on top.
Aye. Alright, let's get you down there and let's get you to seeing
Flare countermeasure.
Jim disconnected, by the way. He lost connection.
Shoot, what about Ken and Neem and all them? Are they getting on or what?
Cat said he has some work related issues to do, and Nemo is I don't know where he is.
Huh?
Okay, I wanna show you this. I'll take you to this island. Oh my god, and
His
fuck
island?
it. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude, okay?
Quantum drive activated.
Listen to the sounds of this beast.
Sounds good.
My ears, bro, my ears are vibrating. Alright, let's go down here, right? You ready?
Oh boy. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah. Okay, I'm waiting. Oh, Jesus Christ. Trix, are you seeing this shit, dude? Please tell me you're seeing.
Thank you.
This is... Bro, I fucked up. We should have... But I don't have the... I don't have it on here now. Dude, this looks lit as fuck.
Okay. Oh, God.
Hello, Trix, boy. Hello, Trix. Welcome back, bro.
What the heck do you got us into, bro? Why does the atmosphere look so weird?
I know, right?
Oh, is that a bridge? Like we're in a city? Bro, I can't sit nowhere here?
Dude, look at this shit, dude.
Bro, this is what I'm talking about. See, now there feels like there's life on a planet. That's okay. So what is that, like a train track? Is that what this is?
Yeah,
or
this is like a train track, bro. I'm scared.
what is that way above the top of the mountain up there? You see, it's like a satellite. Oh no, there's another
I
one
don't know.
too.
We're gonna go check what it is. We're so doing that, dude. My bad. Did you hear my computer scold me?
Yeah, right. Hold on, how do I, where can I, I'm gonna lay in a bed for a second so I can, get third person view on here.
Oh, dude,
Turn
this
chat
is-
off.
Dude, is this going through the planet? Holy shit, is this going through the planet, dude?
Bro, what the heck am I seeing here? Why am I seeing your pilot controls in bed?
I don't know.
I see right now you're at 20. I'm seeing your levitation.
Dude, I'm gonna do something idiotic. Are you up for something idiotic? I'm gonna land on the fucking tracks. Let's go, dude. No. How do I... Like...
Bro, what the? Why am I seeing the ship controls in bed?
I don't know, bro.
What just happened?
I'm trying to land us here, bro.
Hold on, bro. Why am I at the main menu now?
Wait, what? Did you crash?
It just took me to the main menu.
Dude.
What
You
the?
logged out. You logged out of my bed, you...
Oh, is that what I did?
Yeah.
Oh, like how did I? What happens if I go back in?
I don't know. Try. I genuinely don't know, Trix. Oh,
How do
shit.
I? Thank you, Disney. Yeah, it's a pretty late night. Pretty late night. You know, I'm pretty laid back, chill. Just doing some Star Citizen right now.
You might be able to... You should be able to rejoin back on the seat.
Okay, so I see Gem joined, and now it's full. Okay, Gem, you took my spot. That's okay.
Oh my god, what am I doing? Bro, I'm stupid.
What happened?
You're missing.
What did you do?
I landed on the train tracks.
Oh, did you blow up?
But fuck me, I'm scared. I'm gonna fall. I'm so falling. Nope! I fucked up. I fucked up.
Oh!
I'm dead. I fucked up. We need a freelancer for this because it has a back hangar door. Okay, let's all back out.
Yeah, because it seems like the server's staying full. Let's all just gather up together real quick, and then we should be good. So I know you said Cat can't get on and Neems can't get on, correct?
Yeah, only the three of us.
Okay, that's fine. Disney, all of our sleep schedules is messed up, totally. Every single one of us, it is really, truly messed up right now.
We might have to do...
You know what?
In-game shit because Discord on Nemo on... Finger.
Yeah, I was gonna say our best bet since we did the whole NVIDIA thing, we might want to restart our game while we're at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm restarting.
Just to get the full effect of it. Might as well since we're already backing out.
Okay, let me quickly also check. That's good. Perfect. Okay, launch game. Dude, you missed some crazy stupid shit.
Oh, well, by the sounds of it, you crashed. That's always
Wow.
good.
Really? Really, Trix? Really? Really?
What about you, Jim? You restarting? Right, Jim? Yeah? No? Yeah, maybe? Possibly? Kind of? Sort of?
I heard.
Oh, Discord's acting up?
On his end, yeah. We might have to do in-game chat, which is gonna be really immersive. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. Oh, speaking of that, I had to reset it anyway for the camera.
Oh.
Camera can capture me.
Second count. You're the show off, you know that?
Nah, the second camera's crap. It's cheap. It's only a 720 camera.
So it's for those big shots, right? Like, you know.
Yeah. Because, it makes it bigger anyway when it's like resolution smaller.
Exactly.
Bigger the resolution,
Oh, yes.
smaller the pixels get.
Exactly. Jim, we're waiting for you to actually get in online. Yeah, I'm not hearing Jim at all. This is scary.
Yeah. Jim, we can't hear you, bro. You might want to leave out of Discord and come back. Try now?
Oh, I hate Discord.
There you go. Now I hear you.
I swear Discord sucks.
No, you suck. You suck.
Discord is good. It's all about configuring it correctly, and a lot of times when you start doing that's why I tell people like a lot of that voice modification stuff, be careful. That's why I stopped using all the like the fancy voice effects because it just causes issues.
It just lags out.
Oh really?
Your feet lags out. I'm sorry, I need to stop it. I think.
Well, do this, Jim. Click on the voice connected.
You guys.
Yeah, click voice connected, and then what's your milliseconds? We had a question in chat for you too, Eridar.
It's Greek, so
Yeah.
it should be fine.
The question was, Eridar,
58.
are you still playing Star Wars Old Republic at all?
Wow, no, I haven't played it in ages. Question though.
Right. That was an
Who was it?
interesting game.
Who asked it?
Disney.
Oh, hey. In some time. No. I haven't played Star Wars in ages.
Why does Twinkies always gotta sound so good? It's the golden sponge cake with cream filling.
Lol.
Yeah, Discord is being weird. I could change the server hosting, Jim, if you like. Hold on. I'll get something that's a little closer for you too, Eridar. Hold on, I'm gonna get something that's like in the middle.
No,
ground.
I'm Gucci. I'm Gucci, bro.
You're Gucci. Wow, look at you, bro.
I know, right? Mother.
Came all Flavor Flav on us. All right. How do we do this? I'm at the main menu. Oh, I'm in your party still. How?
Yeah. Come on, bro.
How do we invite Jim?
I don't know. How do we invite you? Can you hear me? Testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but a lot like very distorted.
What about now? I
Yeah.
should be good right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine, cool. I'm joking. My bad. That's really implied to me.
How about now, Jim? Better?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Probably won't last very long once we get in the game.
I picked the Brazil server, so I don't think we want to be here because I'm getting 100.
What the fuck, bro? Like,
I just was testing it. That's all. All right, let's do. I don't want to go anywhere too far off the. This one should be good. How about now, Jim? All right, how about now? Better?
Yeah,
All right.
I can hear you at least.
Now open up. Click on where it says voice connected on your Discord. See if you got any packet loss. Outbound packet loss, is it 0?
It's 0.
Okay, good. All right, so
should
you
I invite Jim?
should be good now. Turning into a Q&A stream, right? Hey.
Jim over and over fucking again. There you go. Thank you.
There he is. Yeah, it seems like that's pretty much what it's starting to fall into for many different other things, you know?
Let's go.
Definitely,
Whoa,
guys.
You left the party. What the fuck?
Definitely. Yeah, who left? Jim?
Jim?
Man, you better call your internet company right now and start complaining, get a discount, bro. There you go. He's back.
Visit location.
You dislocated what?
Oh, I said visit location. What the fuck? It's like, wow, dude. You're that kind of a person. Okay. It's good to know. It's good to know. Yeah. It's...
There we go. Hoorah!
Wow, you're already in? Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. Wow, dude. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You okay?
Mm-hmm. Winkies. Wait, why is my camera off? Hold on. Why did my tablet turn off on me? No, not acceptable. Did it die? Wow.
What happened?
My tablet died.
Oh. Okay, I see Twix. He's near me. Are you guys seeing each other? Out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Testing. Wait, what?
Yeah,
Okay,
I see Jim, but I don't see you, Eridar. Jim is 57,000 million kilometers away. I almost said thousands again.
Okay, I want to try something. Press F11, both of you.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Go to Erida's party.
Okay.
Right click it. Not
Okay.
right click it. Yeah, go to Erida's party, then connect to audio channel. I want to see if this shit works.
No, it just tells me to.
No, don't right click it. Just click on left click Erida's party, and you'll see on the top right that you can connect to the audio channel.
Oh. Yeah, I'm in there now.
Can you hear me?
Okay, give me just a sec.
Yeah, I hear you in the game. What's the push to talk? So I know.
You'll have to do that in your
Okay, let me do that real quick.
Yeah. Just go to settings, keybinds, VoIP, something.
Dude, this
Okay, testing.
Hello. Okay, so
Testing.
keybinds, advanced controls customization, and it is VoIP, and head tracking. And you have there, it's VoIP push to talk. In order for you to use push to talk, okay? I see Jim typing. I hear you, lol. So yeah, go ahead and configure your shit, and let's see if you guys can speak in game. I'm curious. Because if we can hear each other qualitative in game, fuck, we're doing this. By the way, Jim, you need to come to us. Just yeah, we're gonna wait for you.
I got 57 million miles to go.
Yeah, I know, bro. This is the you want to see the
3 hours.
No, it's gonna take you like 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops. Yeah, Trix, are you configuring your shit out of curiosity?
Yeah. What's the default keyboard? I'm looking right now at the keyboard.
I don't know what the default. No, just listen. Go to options. Go to keybinds, right?
Yeah.
Go to advanced control customization.
Oh, okay.
And you have VoIP, and head tracking.
On it. Okay.
Expand that, and you had VoIP push to talk. The normal one, not proximity.
Okay. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, they have so many options, but just it's like outrageous.
Okay, I see it. So that's weird. Left alt proximity. Okay. All right. I think what I'm gonna do.
No, I heard Jim. Oh my god, that's so fucking cool, dude. It's so immersive. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is Captain Error speaking. I hear you loud and clear, Jim.
You got to travel 57 million miles, so we'll see you in 3 hours.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll wait for you to the rest of the night. I'm waiting for to establish proper communications with us.
Okay, testing.
Yeah, you might want to mute your other.
Stand for.
Mr. Okay, there you go. Oh my god, this is so cool. Yeah, we need to speak like this. We need to speak like this.
This is tested 1099.
10-4, this is Captain Radar. 1076 towards elevators. ETA will be 1 second.
Copy that. 10 floor. See to be coming out. Transmission loud and clear. Over.
Dude, you have no idea how like cool this shit is.
I know it's cooler than the one in my toilet.
I know, right? Wait, what? Bloody it. Perverse human being.
Oh. Sorry about that, guys. All right, 1099 to 10-4. Seems like we got J13 and Edidar. Code Edidar. Do you copy?
10-4, this is Radar speaking. I copy. I receive you loud and clear. Over.
Copy that. This is Trix Gaming here. It seems like we're not getting a feedback on your beacon there. Not able to get a visual on your location. Over.
You don't really need to look because it has an automated thingy just saying, you know.
I do apologize for that.
Speaking about the location, I'm gonna reestablish proper communication links to your GPSs. So stand by.
Copy that. I'm gonna be currently at the yeah. All right, guys, here we go. Let's keep it moving. Did I call the elevator? No, I did not. All right, let's get down into the main lobby here, guys. Is that what you think it is, Neem? Yeah, sorry about that, guys. So this is the ship From Geostorm? I have no idea, dude. This is Trix here. I'm currently at the Easy Hab. I'm going to be heading into the main lobby near the docks. Over. Yeah, 99 to do, copy. What's with this lobby being trippy?
Yeah, you might want to join the party again, just so you guys know.
Yeah. I did join it. Let me double check.
Join the voice. Join the voice too.
Oh, I gotta do it manually. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is it not clicked in? Never mind.
This is the Captain Rush speaking. Do you copy anyone?
Are you loud and clear there, Captain?
M4. This is what communication should fucking be engaged in full immersion. Just saying. I wanna try something serious after this. Hello, Mr. Trixie.
Yeah, I think I can hear you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, and I can also see you, pretty bitch.
Oh!
Hello.
So how do we do this? Like, currently it seems like your feedback may be currently frozen.
I should steal my ship. He's looking at my ship like it's his.
Is it not frozen? I see you.
There you go. Is my is my head tracking working on my visor here?
No, I think I actually need to set it up in game and so on and so forth. I wouldn't bother with that right now. Or I mean, we do have time to kill because we're waiting for Jim.
I'm on Discord real quick, Eridar. So yeah, I did turn it on. Head tracking. Wow, head tracking.
You might need to do the calibration and everything.
Yeah, well the calibration is good. Toggle enabled. How do I auto calibrate on use? That's cool. Yes, right?
I don't know.
Disable while sitting, disable during FPS, blah 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 blah. Disable during interaction mode. There's so much stuff here, bro. Okay, so I got my webcam. I do see the face tracking detecting me right now. Calibrated true is tracking true, so we're good.
You might have to like in-game activate it and I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't really know how this is done.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this voice. Let me see what the toggling is. Enable head tracking numpad slash. Oh.
Yeah. That might be it.
But the problem with that is I think
you have something bound to that, don't you?
Yeah.
You can have like a double. You can have multiple buttons. So if you hold something and press something, it's gonna register as a combination. Just so you know.
Okay.
You can rebind.
Let me do that. I'm gonna do Alt and.
Bro, there's somebody behind you. Oh my god, that's scary. There was an NPC walking. Bro, that NPC is walking behind you, pushing you and shit.
Oh, it picks it up.
Yeah, bro, I see everything in real time on your end, dude. This is so cool, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Bro, there's everything is already input in this game. How many keybinds are there? Holy macro!
Oh gosh, this is so cool, bro.
Oh, I think I know why.
Jim, we're just gonna wait for you, dude. Okay. By the way, Jim, we're speaking on Discord, just so you know. Until we can sort Trix's thingies out. Oh.
Okay. Where's the
Bro,
party?
this is so cool. Somebody just slapped your Mobiglass. What did you do, Trix?
Oh my god, load view, save view, left. Like, bro, there's so many keybinds. Everything is used. Can I do triple binds? Am I gonna have to triple it?
I don't know. That's a good question, dude.
I don't know what this. Let me see what this button does, cause maybe nothing. Oh yeah, I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, let me check options and stuff so I can like let me know when you're using it so I can look. Okay, I'm just checking.
How about now?
Wait, give me a second. Okay, say something in game, or no? I don't just do something. Move your head, mouth, shit. No, you're not having any reactions in game. You can also check in game. Let me close the end com. I'm ending com. There you go. You can, if you do the minus button on your numpad, if you hold it, you can actually see yourself. It can show you your face, and if you're having any reactions to your camera, you should be able to see yourself.
Yeah, no, holding the numpad is not doing it. Well, holding the numpad's not doing it.
So on your numpad, right? So the minus key is gonna show your face. Just hold the minus key on your numpad. To see your face, basically.
I can't do this, man. This is so hilarious. Wow.
Okay.
Alright, let me try this again.
Do you need any help setting it up, Trix? Do you want me to help, or? By the way, I'm speaking on Discord. I'm tabbed out.
You did miss the Valorant though, Disney, but don't worry.
I don't know if you can hear me on Discord. Can you guys hear me on Discord?
No.
Yeah, you can hear me now. Fuck off.
I could eat a game.
Wait, what? Can you hear me on Discord, Jim?
I hear you on Discord. I'm trying to call you in game real quick, Eridar.
Oh, shit. Okay, give me a sec. Incoming call. Bam. Okay, I'm looking at you. Okay, what am I supposed to be seeing? Trix?
I don't know. Do you see anything now or no?
Okay, I see your face. I see you, but you're not moving your face or anything.
I'm not moving at all.
Hey, I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna share something with you. This is gonna help you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so go to your options. Just follow along, okay, Trix?
I'm following along.
Can you hear me, Trixie boy?
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing?
Trix, I'm tapped out, so I can't hear you in game if you're talking to me in game, just so you know. So speak on Discord for a second until we can get this to work, okay?
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, okay. So let's set this up, okay? Are you ready to follow along?
Yeah, you missed it though. We were doing game loot drops, so we're gonna be doing some more again. Disney, make sure you're around when we're live when we do that. Yeah, let me. Yeah, it's so weird that you guys don't see me here. I'm gonna post this in the VIP lounge here real quick so you guys can see it. Look, this is what I was doing, Eridar.
Okay, give me a sec. Let me. Yes. Give me a sec. Okay, so it is working on your end. So you got it to work on your end, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try it again. In this case.
See, my character's being weird looking.
And calm. Oh, I think there is actually. Give me a sec. I think there is. Yeah. Give me a sec.
It was creepy. I just saw what he was doing on the street.
I was having too much fun with that, bro. I gotta get the webcam in front of me, so maybe remove this. I'm gonna put this up here. I don't really want it up here because I need to see this corner. I don't like webcams on my monitor, but it'll be directly in front of me, so I don't have a choice.
Okay. So I'm gonna give you a call on here in game, okay, Trixie?
Okay.
Okay, let's test this out. So I don't know if it's gonna work through here or if you actually need to be face to face in person in game. So I'll go ahead and accept my call.
It does work in the thing, so I think I did it before.
Yeah. Yeah, Trixie, I'm calling you in game, mate, just now.
Oh god.
Tricks.
Yeah.
I'm calling you in game, mate. Accept.
Oh shoot! I wish there was a better pop-up than that.
Okay, speak or
Wait,
do
how-
something. Use your face. No, I can't see your face moving on here. So
No?
it might be because of the call. Let's meet up in person and let me look at your pretty face, okay?
Yeah. How do I lift my visor, like in my arm?
Wait, what?
How do I make my character like show the visor in my arm, because I don't see it. I don't see anything.
F1.
F1?
The Mobi glass, right?
Yeah, but how do I keep it open, like, or do I have to?
You need to sit down. You can't move at the same time. Yeah, just, let's meet in the lobby and we can try this out in person to see how you look, okay?
Okay.
So go to the elevators and go to the lobby. And Jim, how far are you from us, bro?
40 million.
Okay, you're getting it. Okay, I'm
I
waiting for.
finally was able to quantum there. Cause
Yeah, come here so I can see you in light tricks the other way. Okay. So, are you like grunting? Do something with your face? You're blinking, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're big, bro. This is creepy. Testing.
Test it, 1099 and over.
Yeah.
Let me see your base real quick. Go ahead.
No, I'm not actually. I don't have it activated. It
Oh.
is lagging me if I do.
Yeah, like, okay, so technically I see it, but it's not synchronized, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's synchronized correctly. I do see you blink and shit like that. That's creepy.
What am I doing now?
Nothing.
My eyes open or closed?
Open.
Yeah,
And
see,
you're
they should be closed.
Okay. Let's try something else.
Yeah, see, like, oh yeah, okay, never.
Give me this. Let's try this.
Maybe we gotta do it during the Mobi glass.
Yeah, accept that call, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and start doing something. No, I don't see. So I don't think it's synchronized right now.
Yeah, I don't think it is, because honestly, when you were moving around, bro, it seems like we're a little desynced.
Yeah.
Like your character is stepping right now.
Okay, I want you to like wait. So don't move. Hello. You can see me. Can you see me?
Yeah.
I can see myself in your.
For real?
Yeah. Get behind me. And look in the camera.
Wow. Wait, where's my helmet?
I know. Yeah. I also don't have my helmet on your end. Yeah, but yeah, this is anyway. Let's switch back to the party chat and let's actually talk in game.
Okay.
Because it's really cool.
Coming in.
Okay, testing. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
We're just waiting for Trix to switch to party.
Okay, I am back.
New inventory and definitely let's take a look.
All right, so where's Jim? Jim, have you made it to? Oh, Jim's on the way.
Yeah, he's on the way. Let's wait for him. Jim, what ship are you flying right now? Yeah, we're gonna take a freelancer because we're gonna try and do some stupid shit, okay? So let's open and that's already. And once Jim is here, he can party and just. Okay?
Just crash.
No, you're not gonna crash, man.
I almost crashed taking off.
Oh, you're not. No. Yes. Wait, Chris. Oh my gosh.
My mouse moved just a little bit and it just like started spinning. Like, oh no.
Like, Chris, where's the
Oh no, where was it?
I don't know. Well, dude, honestly, this whole like.
I need to be careful because I'm changing my Windows language with these keybinds. Hold on.
the thing. I know that back in the day you could actually control the camera movement of your character with your head. If you can do that, that would be cool.
Yeah, I was trying to. Let me double check. Hold on 1 second. All right, I'm back on Discord just for a moment. All right, so
Yeah.
okay, so I got the head tracking source enabled. Head tracking toggled on. So eyes and lips are working. But it looks like
Head movement is not working.
toggle disabled during mobiGlass. No. Disabled during FPS. Yes.
Options comes for tracking. Head source.
Okay, what is this? Faceware camera rotation.
Yeah. Okay. Head tracking source. What do you have there? Okay.
Faceware FOIP must be enabled.
Yeah. Have that.
Okay.
And head tracking toggle enabled. Yes. Head track toggle auto recalibrate on use. I guess. Disable no. Disable no. Enable rolling seated only. I don't know what it is. Faceware camera. Ooh.
Okay, and the camera I chose the right one. And then I did. Do I need camera rotation or no?
I don't know. No, you shouldn't have any rotation. No. Faceware enable FOIP facial tracking. Yes.
Yeah. So when I calibrate it, I see it detecting the eyes, the nose, and the mouth, but nothing with the face. So I mean, it should know if I'm moving because the calibration looks good, but there must be a setting I don't have on.
Okay, Faceware enable FOIP facial tracking is set to yes. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Head tracking hold user nope. User nope. Yeah, if this is not working, they must have it disabled right now. Though.
Okay. What is this? Enable level activated voice transmission? What is that?
I have genuinely no idea.
I still hear you in game.
Wait, what? That's weird. That is weird. Can you still hear? Who are you hearing? Me or him? Jim?
I hear you.
Oh shit. Options. What about now?
I don't hear you anymore. It's good now. Yeah, I can hear you in game now.
Okay. Yeah. Enable level bullshit. Yeah, keep that on off. It's like a no push to talk type of situation. Okay, where's Jim? Oh, you're almost here, Jimsky. Trix, are you okay?
Yeah. Everything's good. I'm looking if it's these down here. We got head tracking, Okay, hold. Use raw device input. Use raw device input. Okay, that just ignores calibrate.
No, leave it with the calibration. Yeah, it might be disabled on the dev side, just so you know. Yeah, we can always ask.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the eyes, nose, and lips work, just not the head part. Like I can't roll the head. But oh, wait a minute, wasn't there a particular one we had to use? Like, remember how you said a certain like Y2?
I'm actually asking in chat. We're gonna see.
Okay, because I remember you said before there was a certain one.
Yeah, and you know, we're gonna wait for people to reply, and if not, ignore it. Basically, if you not, just ignore it, Trix, for now. I'm gonna try it myself too, just to like double check on your end.
Oh yeah, this one's better because it captures more. Okay, so
Head tracking toggle disabled during FPS. Make sure that is no. I had it on apparently.
yeah, on seems to be default. I mean, during. Oh.
Make sure you have the disable option set to no.
Oh, it's working.
Yeah. It did. Okay, let me fucking try this myself. Bro, I see you fucking bang your head and shit. Dude, this. Look at me.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get out of this. Wow, my character moves with my face, bro.
I know, bro. I want you to like have a facial expression. I want to see if it's showing on my end. I don't think it is showing on my end, so that is not synced probably. Okay, let me. I turned my camera on because fuck you, Trix. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. The head tilting is cool, man, but I'm not on a VR headset. Like, I don't know how this will work. Like, if I'm playing, looking at the screen. So literally, how would I move around? I don't get it. Oh, I still got to use my. Bro, this is trippy.
Okay, what are the settings that you used? Testing. Oh, this is trippy.
Yeah, bro, this is hard to move around. Okay, so for settings, here, let me get you real quick. Okay, so, head tracking source, make sure you choose faceware.
Oh, bro, this is trippy. Oh my god.
Did you get it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of cool though, like.
Oh my, I can't. I'm gonna puke.
Yeah, I know, bro. It's very. Imagine VR, bro.
I'm so.
Now, if you're far away from the monitor, it's cool. But not when you're close, because I'm far away now. And it makes sense. I can still look at my monitor while looking.
Yeah, I'm lagging. I can't do this correctly. Oh, this is bro. This is cool. This is cool, Trix. Do you agree that this is fucking like? Oh.
Yeah, player just went right by us. No, I like it though. Like right now, I'm turning my head. I see you.
I don't keep track of me. Keep track. Dude, this is sick.
You're behind me. I see your feet. Oh wait.
Do you like this, dude?
Yeah, this is weird, bro.
I need to see this on your stream. Give me a sec. I really need to see this on your stream.
Okay.
Give me a sec. Let me open the stream up. Watch. Oh, give me a sec. Give me a sec. Oh my, it's loading like a fucking shit because I have the game open. No, come on, I'm already, dude. This is killing my PC. This is killing my PC. Give me a sec, Trixie, okay?
Okay.
Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, this is definitely killing my PC right now. Fuck you, Trix. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, I'm looking. Come on, look left, right. Show me. Teach me, master. Look to your right. Gosh, dude, this is epic. Bro, oh my god, this is next gen 3P. Am I right, dude? I'm curious though, how smooth is it? How responsive is it on your end?
It's really good, bro. Really good, bro. I mean, like, it's amazing. Like, you have no idea, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh,
Crazy, bro. Very crazy, man.
oh my god, dude, you're going bonkers. Let's play.
Next is the arm tracing, bro. That'd be amazing. But yeah, bro, this. How do I toggle this? Oh, numpad. Okay.
I think you toggle it by pressing the on your numpad. I don't know. Check
Yeah, no. My facial
provided.
tracking still works, but my head doesn't toggle unless I hit the numpad 0. So this works perfect. Yeah. So you don't see my lips moving in game, correct?
You know what I need you to do? Try to walk around.
Okay. All right. I'm listening. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Use your head to look around and shit. I want to see how trippy you get.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and try this out really quick. So give me just a moment, okay?
Okay. So hold.
Okay. Okay.
Come on, stream up. Oh, it's loading. I apologize for the delay. Okay, yeah, go ahead and walk around. Use your head to, like, you know, look around and shit. I want to see how it looks and how it feels. You're big with your eyebrows, aren't you, weirdo? I'm seeing this is so creepy, bro. Shit. It's responsive, dude. It's fucking responsive. Look at your face. You look so high, bro.
Okay, so head bobbing. I'm gonna go ahead and try to move around.
Yeah.
So when you well, you're behind the stream. I'll talk on the stream real quick so you can hear it. All right. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, my push to talk is that numpad / wow. I forgot.
Lol.
Yeah, bro. It's hard to walk like this, bro.
Bro, this is so creepy. Seeing you walk like this, you look like a drunkard, dude. You look like a fucking drunkard. Yo, I'm gonna fucking challenge you to play like this the whole session, like using your. How responsive is it when you move around and look around? How responsive is it?
Oh, it's precise. Like literally, I can move slowly.
Yeah. Do you accept the challenge to play like this the whole session, the remaining of the session?
I can try. It's hard to navigate though. It's really.
Oh my god, dude, this is so cool. I'm looking at this shit. Oh, look at Jim fucking being a weirdo. Alright, let's play. I'm closing the stream. Let's play.
All right.
Okay, so we're going in a freelancer. I'm gonna take my freelancer after that.
All right. Well, let's go.
And we're gonna visit Microtech. You're gonna see some really cool shit in Microtech.
What about you, Jim? Do you see my face doing anything like talking or anything, or no?
By the way, I'm also switching to in-game.
Oh yeah, my bad. Hold on. Yeah. Jim, can you hear me? Am I doing anything?
Oh, I think Jim is in his set right now.
Oh.
Well, are we taking this to the next? Where is Jim? Define here.
That was trippy, guys. Wow, that was trippy. Break time. Oh.
We have some issues with the way we see each other. Yeah, I think we have some distinct issues.
Did you call the ship already from the ship? Oh, what the? Did that? I just saw the elevator door go on my face. What the? Wow, that was weird. I just saw. Did you guys see that?
See Jim properly. But yeah, are we taking this to a whole new level when it comes to like roleplay?
Yeah, if you want. And by the way, Jim didn't make it to the elevator.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Yeah, just go to pad 4, Jim. I'm my legs are a bit wonky right now. Okay, there you go.
Pad or hang?
Pad 4. Okay, can you guys still copy me? Can you, am I being received loud and clear?
Yep.
We're waiting for GMC. Yeah, on in my visor, Jim, you're not working correctly on my end. Yeah, please can you see in your visor? Can you see Jim correctly?
I had a recent location beacon on him last seen near the elevator, but it seemed to lost signal.
Yeah. Also, we can hear you in the other radios there. Yeah, Jim, you're definitely.
Yeah. So
You're distinct.
yeah, it shows that his location's here, but he's not here.
Yeah, this is bad. Anyway, by the way, Trix, we can hear you in the other radios there. Just so you know.
Oh, sorry, I had the head toggle. Yeah.
No, it's not. Okay.
Okay, the doors are opening. Creepy.
Are you having issues with the doors?
No, negative. Just we have a ghost on the ship. Over.
This is Yogi speaking. We're gonna be embarking to depart to Microtech. Please strap in. Just get yourself in your seats and prepare for takeoff.
You ghosts have to be in seats.
Yeah,
Why?
because I kinda said so, you bitch.
Now, children, behave. We are in outer space.
Okay, prepare for takeoff. Listing in 3, 2, 1.
Launch sequence complete.
Copy that. Turning on passenger menu mode here also. All systems go.
10-4. I'm gonna engage a quantum beacon to quantum wave right now. Trying to get a log on new Babbage on Microtech. I have new Babbage locked in. We're calibrating at 60%. The spooling is complete. Everyone, hold tight to your pants. We are gonna quantum to new Babbage.
Quantum travel engaged.
Landing gear on.
Quantum travel complete.
We're gonna be starting our descent now. We're gonna keep it at around 200 meters per second. We're descending down to Microtech, nice and steady. Atmosphere is full screen, clear, no sandstorms or snowstorms in our vicinity. Do you have visual on that train track that ahead?
Train track confirmed.
We're gonna approach it. We're gonna go with aft of the ship at actually knows shit, right? At the train tracks, and we're gonna go off from there. We're gonna try and have the ship suspending in atmosphere.
10-4. And also be advised. Seems like we don't. Seems like the gun systems maybe not activated or may need a possible recharge, and we currently don't have any missiles on deck. Over.
Yeah, right now we are. The zone is forcing us to disable our weapon systems in order to avoid any piracy happening at Gravel Deck. The terminal velocity is 175 meters. Altitude is 1.4 meters. I'm slowing our approach, and I'm going to pitch upwards to have a better. Okay, I'll need one of you at the back of the ship in order to guide my approach so we can have the ramp at the tunnel.
And for it, you're gonna want to proceed with caution. You're currently close to the perimeter.
I need one of you at the back of the ship, open the ramp, and guide me so I can align the ramp with the train tracks so we can actually get off, okay?
And for it. Oh, looks like yep. Jim seems to be. Let me go ahead and get that door for you.
I just fell out of the ship.
Are you shitting me right now?
That's a confirmed. We have a toilet for that. Over. I can give it a try if you like.
Yeah, open the... No, you can't help Jim right now. Yeah, you can't help Jim, so be careful. Just let me know how we are on the back. Guide me towards as we can, okay?
10-4. If you want, go ahead and land us back towards the as close as you can towards some leveled ground, and then that way I can probably get a better visual.
We need to land on... I need a back side, so the ramp, open the ramp.
Yep.
And we need to align the ramp to the train tracks. That's
10-4.
what I need.
Go ahead and descend just a bit. Keep it steady. Up right there. Stop. All right. Seems like go ahead and reverse just a tad bit. And perfect. Should be good. I'm gonna go ahead and try to walk off. See what happens.
Okay. Let me know.
10-4. We got confirmation here. We are currently on the railroad track here. No sign of Jim. Jim, do you copy?
Wait,
10-4. Is it safe to enter the railroad track, or am I gonna hit a lot of electrical currents, or?
I haven't... Yeah, wait. Okay, how low are we? Okay, actually, you go down, and let me know if you can get back up. So, best of luck.
Yeah, boy. Let's go ahead and raise the lower back just a tiny tad bit.
I need to the back of it. Okay.
Just descend.
Yeah, okay. Let me get back into the chair.
Okay, 10-4. That should be sufficient enough. All right, I'm currently on the railroad tracks. It is safe to land.
But can you get back up on the ship is the question.
That's a negative.
Okay, guide me so I can actually get you so you can get back on the ship.
10-4.
You cut out, can you repeat your suspicion?
Yeah, I'm currently going to be on the center rail near the track. Not really sure if you could descend much more. It might cause a collision. Welcome back, Disney. What's going on, One Bat? How are you?
I'm trying to descend a bit more. How is that?
Careful. Oh, what? Careful. But try right there. I'm gonna go ahead and try to run and jump this one. If you can bring it down just a tad bit lower. Oh, right there. Perfect. Keep it steady.
Keeping her steady. Jim, take out a personal ship and come back here.
Yeah.
Where do I go ahead on this place to the ship?
You have to walk around. I don't know for
Yeah. I'm not able to jump on. You know what? Oh, right there, perfect. All right, tip board, I'm back aboard.
Okay, let's try that again so we make sure that we can actually get all this.
Tip board. Okay. If you can, go ahead and head back into reverse. Right there, perfect. Oh, wait, right there, perfect. Oh, wow. I just went over into the other track by accident, so I'm gonna be stuck. But I'm sure there might be a turnaround point on that, but at least on that end, you guys can get back on it all. Yeah, on your side, you should be good. Yeah. You want to jump on this centerpiece. I'm gonna go ahead and run down the place real quick. See if I gotta maybe get like a turnaround point. Yeah, boy, no worries. I'm heading down the tunnel. I'll be right back with you on the comms.
Yeah, I'm gonna join you because I can't get back there, so yeah. This might have been a bad idea. We actually have a huge ass problem right now. It's getting kind of cold outside here. I don't know if you can see it on your visor and stuff.
Yeah, I'm getting some fog. Alright.
I'm gonna try and get back to the ship. It's gonna be a bit problematic for me because I definitely didn't I had some issues there.
Oh boy. Not good, guys. Not good. We're gonna hopefully try to see if we can find another way up here for these tracks.
Houston, we have a huge problem. I can't get back on the ship. Yeah. Oh, just do you copy? How did you do that? You almost got up here. Dang it. Jim,
Pepper. Alright, I'm gonna be standing on the middle of the track here.
I will have to just try and see how to do this. Let's see.
It started, right? Project Zero. What's going on, bro? Oh, the new update. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Temple, I'm. Oh.
Oh my god.
Temple, I'm gonna be currently. I'm just waking up from Med Bay over here. Currently at the station.
Oh shit. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna wait for both of you here. Oh god, it's like I'm such a noobish captain. I have failed you miserably.
Alright, I'm on Discord, by the way. I gotta change my push to talk because it got me killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So backspace kills you?
Oh, backspace is killed! Yeah, dude. Oh.
Yeah, that's what I just figured out, bro. Oh my gosh. Wow. No, because yeah, hold on. I gotta change my push to talk here, but this is not gonna work. It's weird, it doesn't do it in any other game, only on here.
Oh, dude, that's.
This is Captain Arrow speaking. Right now on Microtech we seem to be having a snowstorm incoming, so what's your ETAs, you guys? Jim, do you copy? Jim, come in, do you copy? This is Captain Arrow speaking. Anyone copy? Does anyone copy? I repeat, does anyone copy? Okay, what's your ETA? We have a storm incoming, and I would rather be safe.
I don't know, Project Zero. It's so weird, yeah.
Crash my ship while I was trying to leave.
Oh gosh, do you need me to come back at you and pick you guys up?
Hold on, guys. Let me figure out what's going on here.
Okay, I'm coming. Hang tight, get on one of the pads, and I'm gonna pick you from the pads. This is Radar, over and out.
Very cheap Porty Zero. So hold on, guys. Right now I'm trying to figure out why my computer is being dumb. It's gonna. I need to change this. All right. So for this, I'm gonna do. If I copy. I'm just trying to change my radio talk button here on my microphone.
Arbitrix, do you copy? This is Captain Red speaking.
Trix, can you hear me in game?
Yeah, my bad. I'm just trying to change the freaking
Shit,
push
yeah, take your time, take your time. Yeah,
because
take your time,
it's popping up some weird like box in the bottom right of my screen, making me type things search wise. I don't know why.
Lol.
Never
Yeah,
had-
no, it's
never-
not just- What,
I
what
think
I
it's-
use, I use the mouse button, just so you know. This is how I do it. Like a fifth mouse button and shit.
Yeah, but it seems like they're all well. I have it set a certain way, so I'm trying to think. I have this one, which is this is already used by the following. Blah blah blah. Auto land landing system.
There you go, Jim.
There you go, Jim. You should be able to get in.
Okay, Tempo, do you copy?
Therefore, you might want to disable your other communication method.
And for other method of communication seems to be currently on inbound over.
10-4. Welcome, Jim. Welcome aboard. I
Hi,
see
guys.
Tris, are you on a platform? Can we come and pick up?
That's gonna be a negative. I'm currently on the elevator right now. I'm gonna be heading down to the platoon here in just a bit. Over.
Okay. Jim, what's your situation? Okay, give me a sec.
We're heading into the lobby now, guys.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Jim?
Yeah, I'm good now.
Okay. Close the gates so I can also access whatever it is.
Oh, it's taking me to the right area right now, guys. Let's go, 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 go!
Okay, we're waiting for you to surface up, Trix. Once you do that, we'll pick up. And we're actually gonna be going to Hurston, so we can get some contacts and get some earnings. Would you agree?
Yeah, Bird, yeah, sounds really good. I'm currently going to be heading up to the platoons now. Are we going to rendezvous somewhere, or are you guys on the platform still, or what?
I'm just waiting for you to surface so I know where to pick up from. Let us know when you're on a platform. Thank you.
Check for any particular hangar you'd like me to go to?
Pad, not hangar. Any pad is gonna suffice.
Check for. I can do pad 1 through 4. I'll go ahead and meet you at 4.
Therefore, reach there.
You forgot to say over. Right. If you're going to play Space Trucker, here we go. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. All right, here we go, guys. We gotta get back out there. I'm going to be on a platoon right now. I'm at the pad 4. Seems like I got vision. I'm going to stand clear of the landing zone of the OZ. Over.
I'm not gonna be able to land. I don't have the permission, so you'll have to make this jump. Jim, I need you to open the hangar door for him. The ship is stationary and steady.
Pad 4. Do we all have any, do we all currently have arsenal on us? Pad 4. Approaching rear entrance now at the back door. Stand by. Pad 4. I'm here now. I'm going to go ahead and close the gate. Or the hatch. Over. Clear for takeoff.
10-4. Okay. Who's gonna be the co-pilot? Who's gonna be on my right?
Go ahead, Jim. You can give it a try. I know I did it last time. Go ahead. I'll go ahead and take turret duty. Over.
10-4. Okay. Mr. Jim, you're gonna be Cadet Jim and Cadet Trix until you are your promotions. Okay, Jim, I want you to plot us a course for Hurston. In a Hurston, system. Let's see if this shit works.
Hello. How can Miss help you today?
Systems on.
10-4. Currently in the currently on the turret. Everything seems to be good as go. Got good visual. Everything's up and running. Cadet this, cadet that, right? 10-4. That was a test fire. Disregard that.
10-4.
Oh, 10-4. I heard something. Do we have any visuals of any tangles?
No, that was me testing the weapon systems. Weapon systems are online. Everything is checking. I'm looking at the power. Power seems to be efficiently redistributed throughout the entire systems. I'm looking at the heat. Heat is optimum level. We are not overheating or anything like that. Okay. Do we have a course for Hurston? Yeah. Jim, do you copy? I repeat, do you copy? Please, can you reach out to Jim? I'm having trouble establishing connections with his visor.
10-4. Jim, do you copy? Jim, do you copy?
I see that our comlink to Jim is faulty.
10-4. It seems like even on our backup comms, he doesn't seem to be on that frequency either.
Understandable. Jim, this is Adra speaking. Do you hear us on your comlinks? Over.
I'm gonna go ahead and check the intercom and see if I see him in on our radio frequency here.
Trix, I'm hearing something.
10-4. Jim, go ahead and respond.
Trix, do we have bogies?
10-4. Let me check.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, we have bogies. I repeat, we have a ship incoming.
10-4.
I'm gonna run a scan on it. It is an freelancer, 91% health. I'm going to initiate a scan. Pilot is Mice Faces. Owner Mice Faces. Name Lightful Life. Okay, this is a normal unit. I repeat, this is a normal unit. Okay. Jim, do you copy? I repeat, Jim, do you copy, mate?
Jim, can you hear us in game or what the heck is going on?
I can't hear you, Gabe.
Are you in
I
the mode?
can't.
Because what are you doing?
I can hear you, but I can't talk. I don't know why.
Yeah, because you're in the mobile guys. You need to get rid of that shit. Did you plot a course for Hurston as we required?
I'm trying to, and it's not letting me.
Why? What does it say?
I click set course, and it does nothing.
Okay, let me check myself. Did you clear your route?
Yeah, I cleared it and everything.
And when you click on Hurston, you can't set route?
Yeah, it doesn't let me set route.
Okay. We're gonna try something out here. Switch seats with Trix in the seat. I want to see if it works on his end, or if it's a bug. Okay.
Just I want
Okay.
you on the co-pilot seat trying to plot the course for Hurston.
Yeah, boy, I'll be there in just a moment.
Jim, you fucked this up. Jim, you fucked this up. I repeat, we
Shit, boy, what's going on with the course?
we lost power. I repeat, we lost power. Okay, Jim, the co-pilot just turned the whole systems off. I repeat, shit.
Yeah, boy, I'm running to the front now.
Yeah, I need a co-pilot to turn the power on his end. We literally turned off the whole ship. Which is pretty cool but scary, please. We need power back.
Yeah, boy, power's armed. Power's up and operational once again.
Miss Kelvue today.
Thank you. Let's try to the course for Hurston, please. Let's see if it works on your end.
Yeah, for it.
Hold yourself.
Yeah, for it. Of course, it's set.
Comlink test. Jim, can you hear us?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Loud and clear. Thank you.
Course has been set for Hudson. Over. Clear for takeoff. Take them out. Sabotage, right? The way to do it.
I'm lagging so bad in this game right now.
Oh no! What do you got? Oh, you're lagging on the game on your tablet in the back seat back there. Okay. Yeah. Let's make sure you don't have too much running right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially right now, you shouldn't be doing too bad. Well, I take that back. Even I'm not doing too well. I'm at like 60-ish. I mean, you guys might be getting 30, 40-ish.
Yeah, 20, 30, give or take. Okay, I really need a course for Hurston. Do we have that? Yes.
Stand by. I mean, I did have a course set. Let me just double check and verify.
Therefore,
See if the course is set. Oh wait, no, negative standby. Hold on, it's not set. Hold on. Why is it not setting? That's a negative. For some reason, it's not letting me set the course. I do see the coordinates. It's weird. Oh, it seems like we might already have a route already set.
what's the status on the course?
Yeah, it doesn't let me. I'm not able to clear it.
Tricks, comment.
Yeah, it's it for. It seems like I'm not able to clear the course that was already routed.
Okay, I'm gonna set the course myself.
Step for it. Step for it. Go ahead and do that. I'm gonna watch and see if it clears.
Okay, course that's set to Hurston. Did you guys receive that on your end?
Negative.
Hurston is right in front of us. You should see it on your end, on your visors. Am I right? Yes or no?
Negative.
Okay. Engaging quantum drive. Come on, doing right now.
Quantum travel engaged.
IR 6000 EM's going to be 12 to 13,000 kilometers and 281 on the heat. Overall pressure's over.
10-4. I could use a check, a status update on our systems, please.
10-4. Yeah, one of the ship's turrets are operational. Currently, we're in a clear route for our current position and our destination. All pressure seems to be good. Everything seems to be under control.
10-4. Just a quick comlink test. Is my transmission low?
10-4.
Is my transmission low sound-wise? Do I need to up my volume on my comms?
You sound good. Just, you know, hearing the quantum out there, but can still read you loud and clear.
Okay, because I was told by a third-party member that I am low on the game tablet stream that we all are watching.
Yeah, you sound a little low. Again, I don't know if that's just the quantum. Over.
Tricks, for the love of God, please tell me you didn't turn the ship off.
That's negative, sir. Are you feeling all right over there?
I'm checking our systems. I'm looking at the shield systems. The shields are at 33%. Repeat, the shields are at 33%. We lost some power to the weapons and all systems. We just don't out of quantum. What the actual fuck is going on?
Quantum travel complete.
That's a negative. It seems like course was a good go. You might have to reroute.
This is a coming test. How am I sounding?
10-4, much better.
Comlink test. 1 2 1 2. How am I now?
10-4, loud and clear.
Okay. Is the level okay, or do I need to up the level a bit?
It's much better. I'll keep you updated on that, but so far so good.
Okay. I need you to try and run me another course for the Hurston and see if it works.
10-4, stand by.
And for sending my comlink test 1 2 1 2. Comlink test chip. How am I?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yeah, boy, try now. Anything popping up?
What's the status on the course?
All right, go ahead and try to navigate to the course now. See if it's operational.
Okay, let me check that myself. Oh, we might have a course. Give me a sec.
And for I also see a visual.
Microtech. No, the course on your end says Microtech.
10-4, stand by.
Yeah. We need the Hurston. I repeat, we need Hurston.
Why is it doing that? It's so weird. Alright, guys. Not now set. I don't know why. Alright, so on my comms, on my visor, it seems to continuously say that the route's not set, but I do see coordinates, so you might have to do manual override.
Okay, working on it.
10-4. In the meantime, looks like Tarantula GT870 Mark III, all turrets operational, 720 capacity for all 4 turrets, over.
10-4.
Oh, we ain't got no missiles.
Jim, what's your current location right now?
Maxi.
Okay, I want you
Quantum
to
travel
okay, let's
engaged.
divide the system checks on multiple screens. So we have like each one of you has visual on multiple screens. So I'm gonna, you know how to set up your screens on your dashboards?
I think so.
Okay, I'm gonna teach you how. So here's it. Okay, please stop turning the ship off. I'm begging you. Turn the power back on. I know which one of you did this. Okay, thank you. We're gonna stop any moment now. Oh my Gideon. Okay.
Quantum travel complete.
Okay.
No power.
You look at one of your panels. Do you see your panels?
Yes.
Affirmative.
Go to menu. Do you see the menu at your panel?
Affirmative. Yes, we have comms and all that stuff.
Okay, this is what I need. I need comms tricks, power, and heat. Jim. Shield and weapons tricks. Do I need to say again?
Systems on.
10-4. I got shields here. I got comms here.
Weapons to tricks.
Weapons as well, correct.
And I want you to target status, and Jim, I want your self status.
There's the keg button, right?
Please confirm that you have your panels set accordingly.
10-4. All panels are up and running. Got visual on got 5 screens on my side.
Okay, what about you, Jim?
10-4. I got everything set up.
Okay.
Just to double check here. Currently on the comms menu, do you want me to do anything in particular? I do have your guys' radio frequency here showing your radio's range status.
That is negative. You're gonna be using the comms to actually call in for permissions to land and...
Step forward.
Okay. Hurston, right? Third time is a charm?
Let's go. Let me give it a try. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, it should be routed.
My visor, I am pulling to calibrate to Hurston.
Yep.
ETA of calibration is pulling 5 seconds. Calibration is pulling is complete. Engaging on drive with 3, 2, 1. Engaging.
It's the booze button, so it's lovers and Charlotte. Right, right. You got it.
I want a systems check while we are in quantum drive. Tricks, you start first on your end and then Jim.
10-4. All system shields go. We got 100% capacity all around on the radius diameter there. Turrets are currently on and active, fully loaded, no damages. Radio frequency with our comms currently confirmed. No outside frequencies quite yet. And seems like we have our suppressed overhaul seems to be good and functional as well.
Therefore, Jim.
10-4.
We're currently at 16 million kilometers from Hurston. ETA should be around 3 to 4 minutes.
10-4. During this time, I'm gonna go ahead and keep the co-pilot on standby. I'm gonna go ahead and use the toilet.
10-4.
10-4. Where's the toilet?
This is Captain Arda speaking. I'm gonna step away from the console. Co-pilot is set. I am going to run a sense check on the ship's integrity. Airlock seems tidy up. The upper register
Alright, guys.
up
Ah.
and airlock is functioning.
Out of the airlock by mistake. I almost did.
The cargo.
Almost got myself destroyed.
So far, the ship is in prime condition. We are doing a good job, guys. The pressure on the hangar door is 20 to 22, which is in optimum condition. All systems are green at the hydraulics of the back door. The ship's integrity seems to be working correctly. Don't forget to flush the toilet when you're done, please. This is Captain Arda speaking. We're at 2 million kilometers away from Hurston. Please return to your stations. I repeat, please return to your stations.
Right.
We are engaging in getting out of the quantum space.
10-4. Hop back in the co-pilot seats.
We have entered the jurisdiction of Hurston Dynamics. Please stand by.
Quantum travel complete.
10-4. I got a visual on comms, so I got comms over here though. I don't even have to. Does the refresh button actually work?
Route has set to Lorville. I am going to calibrate and spool the quantum drive to Lorville.
Okay, it's time for some vitamin water.
Calibration spooling is complete. Engaging the quantum drive in 3, 2, 1. Engaging.
Quantum travel engaged.
I've seen some figures in the power system. Can I get a reading on the power system? Thank you.
The power system, everything's good. Everything's up and running.
Quantum travel complete.
This is Adele speaking. We are gonna start our descent to Lorville. So step in. You're gonna be feeling some strong cheese here. Right now we're at 3.3 cheese. I'm gonna try and keep it as smooth as possible. Enjoy your descending.
Right.
This is Captain speaking. We're gonna be approaching the spaceport of Norville. Let's hope that we're gonna be granted access to land and conduct business in Norville.
10-4. Trick speaking here. I'm gonna go ahead and check comms real quick. Looks like I'm gonna go ahead and request for landing. We're 8,000 meters out. How does this work?
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
10-4, Captain Eridar. Landing or LZ coordinates has been transferred over to your intercoms there.
Did you actually have the landing permissions?
10-4, that's affirmative.
Okay, then I'm going to identify what the heck is.
Request is already being granted.
I am having issues finding the landing pads. Can you guide me?
10-4. You're not the only one on that, over.
Close enough?
No, that's a negative. We're still 5,000 meters out. We're quite a bit out. Keep heading forward. Continue forward.
I see. Well, we were in the permissions. This is pretty fucking awesome that you could do that for us. Thank you so much, Mr. Trix.
No problem. Permission granted. We're clear for landing. Mayday, mayday, what's going on?
Norville just took over, bro. Shit. We approaching the wrong angle. I'm recalibrating and redirecting our angle to iHost. Where the heck is that?
You wouldn't happen to took a lot of drinks back there at the last planet we were on, would you, Eridar?
Because we're not approaching in we're at the wrong angle. I'm gonna try and re-angle and reposition ourselves. I'm gonna take a bit more altitude here.
Head for it.
This is spaceport, and I'm gonna try and go over it. And then guide ourselves downwards like this.
Yeah, boy, you're free from obstacles. Just continue with caution.
They are they shitting us right now? Are they want us to park in that little hole there?
Would you like me to request a different location? Stand by.
We should be good. We should be good. We are getting overwritten again. Dang it. Come on. Spaceport fucking behave.
Are we gonna fit in there, guys? Captain Eridar, are you quite sure we're gonna fit in there? It looks like your side wings might actually hit and collide. Stand by for one moment. I'm gonna try to request for a different landing zone.
Yeah, that is not gonna fit.
Not gonna happen.
You have already been given an assignment.
I could try and squeeze it in.
Yeah, it's a negative. They don't seem to want to give us new location. This is all that's available currently. I can guide you. Go ahead, you're clear. I'm looking at the shields now. You're clear on the left and right. Continue downward. All right, go ahead and straighten out the ship. You should be good. 10-4. Go ahead and straighten it out, and just straight down descend.
Minus 5 degrees. We are parallel.
10-4. If you can, try to go a little forward. You're currently the rear entrance is off the LZ zone there. 10-4.
Okay, further guidance.
Nice and clear. You're good to land.
Landing successful.
Ah, I have to say,
We have landed. Just you can turn off the systems.
10-4. Systems down.
Clear.
Congratulations, everyone. Job well done. Holy shit, that was pretty.
I must say, that was a pretty tight squeeze.
Yeah, and I must say, we're fucking stuck in here on a tree.
One at a time, gentlemen. One at a time. Single file line. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, systems now. Okay. Stand by.
Yeah, please,
Right now.
Chip, did you do a revision on the ship? Yeah, the door is locked and the door is locked.
There you go.
Let's go.
How do we turn the power off? Do you have a back panel back here?
Not really. The power should just turn off. I'm gonna reclaim it.
Yeah, for it.
You know what, Trix, go ahead and try to turn the power back off. Let's see if this works. Me and Chima just gonna wait for you here. The ship boat seems to be off. Let's see if we can get back here to us, Trix. Yep, there you go, you can. Opening the hangar door. Okay, I'm gonna be taking care of getting us a contract. You guys are free to explore. Be back here in 15 minutes. I'm gonna work a contract out for us. If I can actually find a way out of this shit. Yep. It's a native on the... where's the... Where do we get out of this place?
Server's still down, really?
Over here, landing bay.
Wow, look at these guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna start scouting our contacts and see what jobs we have available, okay?
And for it. Hold on, guys. Yeah, for it. Looks like we might have lost the frequency J here. Gem 13 seems to be malfunction.
I glitched out.
Told you.
It actually looks like I'm in outer space, but I can't move anywhere. Oh, this sucks.
Okay, this is your captain speaking. Am I being received loud and clear by everyone? Please, do you copy?
Yeah, for it, loud and clear.
I've been contacted by an official of Hurston, and he has an offer for us. Apparently, some rebels have taken over one of the facilities on Hurston, and they want us to take care of that and eliminate any and every hostile in that area. Do you guys think we should accept it?
Yeah, for it. License to kill, hunt to kill, search and destroy, my kind of thing. Let's go.
Give me just 1 minute.
Yeah, real quick.
There you go. I have shared the contract with you too, so go ahead and accept it.
Mission accepted.
For this job, we are equipped, so I would advise purchasing a weapon and some armor. Do you copy on that statement?
I may have an issue with that because I can't do anything.
Yeah, I need you to, on your visor, on your connings, just hold, you have a button called backspace, just hold that button. Twix, I'm gonna wait for you upstairs, so come on, take the elevator and come up, thank you.
Yeah, boy, stand by.
Twix, what's your 20? Cadet Twix, do you copy? Twix, do you copy?
Affirmative. Tricks copies. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and come upstairs. We need to purchase equipment for this mission because we are not equipped well enough for to this mission. We will need some weaponry and some body protection.
And for just purchase me some Bannerlord equipment. I don't know if that's not sufficient enough. I'm gonna go ahead and continue to your location.
Wait, what? I'm confused. What happened?
Just purchase me some Bannerlord equipment. Over.
You purchased Bannerlord equipment? Are you shitting me right now? Are you for real? I
am for real, and that's an affirmative.
Holy mumbo jumbo! Fucking hell! Yeah, that's Twix. It's good to have you.
You definitely, you could definitely thank the space contributors for that one, for the out here with the space jams.
Space contributors, your contribution is highly appreciated, and as you can see, it's put to good use. Thank you for your service.
Also, be advised, currently my visor, I'm getting a lack of vision here. It seems a lot of foggy smoke going on. Trying to get to the lower decks now. Oh, here we go. We got the elevators. Okay.
10-4. I'm gonna wait for you upstairs from the elevator.
Oh.
And Jim, if you can identify the local weapon shop and armor shop, that would be highly appreciated. And check the prices, and let's see what we can squeeze in.
The heck? Oh. Wow, landing bay right here, guys. Wrong way.
Trix, what's your 20?
Currently near the landing bays now. I'm gonna be at the catching the elevator now.
This is Captain Ella speaking. Am I being received? Over.
Yeah, boy, loud and clear. What's the
You need to take the elevator to Tessa Spaceport.
Yeah, boy, approaching spaceport now. This is Cadet Tricks here. Currently, I have no idea how my body's fully functioning right now. Must be the space protein bars. Alright, guys, we gotta look for Eridar right now.
It's okay, it's okay. I have visual on your GPS coordinates. I see you. Good Tricks. Good, Jim, what's your 20? Are you trying to identify a local shop? Cadet Jim, come over.
Seems like they're a little busy here today.
Yeah. This is definitely like a cold following here. Fucking hell. I think we lost Cadet Jim. I repeat, I think we lost Cadet Jim.
That's an affirmative. He was last seen leaving the comms.
Alright, let me run a check on that.
We're gonna do this, man! Hoorah! Well, yeah.
Do you have any idea on that, Jim?
Seems like Jim has left the backup comms as well. Currently got no radio transmission whatsoever currently.
10-4, that's stay frosty. Alright, let's head out to find the shop, okay?
Seems like security's a little tight here today.
Yeah, Hurston has always been that kind of place, so please, like,
You guys Siamese twins. Oh, look at that.
I know, right?
Oh, we got triplet twins here.
I think I went the wrong way. I think I went the wrong... Oh, no, shit.
Dynamics is committed to the safety and prosperity of all of our citizens and visitors. Please make sure you have collected
Okay, I see. Let's go. To Metro Center or to Central Business? No, to Metro Center we go.
Yeah, we have a director path or directory right here if we need it.
Definitely. Let's wait for the train to arrive in station.
considerate to your fellow travelers.
Train is arriving 4 seconds, 6, you better be here.
Hop on.
Hurston Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
There you go, there you go.
Next stop, Metro Center.
That's not very good.
The thing is, they pay money talks, right? Money speaks, mate.
It sure does.
If they have the cash, we have
The cash, you have the...
Now arriving, Metro Center.
Yeah,
Please
terrible FPS here, guys.
the train.
It's gonna crash and I can't get it to load up again in my game total. Okay. Alright, it seems like I received an email here from Jim indicating that they having problems with the radio comms not functioning properly and that their visor seems to help malfunction.
Yeah, tell him to use his visor and rejoin frequency that can be using on the visor, so it's a
Considerate to your
certain
fellow
party, I believe.
travelers. Do not lock doors.
Right, let's go this is like
Now arriving
I'm
from
feeling dizzy, folks.
Stand by and let passengers disembark.
Okay, perimeter line, I think through here, right? Okay, what do we have here? Rhythm, Victor's Bar, Tamani and Sun. Okay, we need to go to Tamani and Sun's tricks. So Tamani and Sun's is to the left.
is currently hiring in multiple departments. If credits are tight, we even offer a credit advance for new qualified employees.
Maybe through here.
See your local recruiter for
I hate
details.
Orville. Residences. Tawani and Sons. There you go. Through here, Trix.
For the long haul, ask about Texas worker subsidy program with sizable credit advances for guaranteed job placement.
I think it's down here. Yeah, it's down here, Trix. I think it's here. Let's.
Be sure to check the current atmospheric conditions before you leave.
Where do we get our masks?
Well, let me check something on the comm system wizard. It seems that Jim has left the system. I repeat, it seems that Jim has left the system, which is it's not good. It's not amazing, not gonna lie. Let's see what we can purchase from here. We should be able to purchase some weaponry from this place, right? Let me check. Well, this is problematic. The main sounds don't offer any qualitative fucking weapons. This is bad. But they do offer some kill fucking armors, right?
That is true. Look at this one.
Well, I would say to go full tactical tricks, and I was thinking Force Face Thunders, what's the face, the name? Give me a sec, let me interact with panel to see their full, what they have to offer. Can you still hear me, guys?
Loud and clear.
These are the shit, dude. The Orc MKX core at 3.2. Those look really good tricks. Let's purchase that for the torso.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Alright. Alright, I'm currently in the armor section now. We're looking at the torso.
Yeah, let me go there to show you. So armor, torso. And we are looking, scroll down, we are looking for the Orc MKV core. No, MKX. Oh, MKX or MKV. Let me check that actually, okay? MKX. So Orc MKX core.
Just to make sure, we're looking at Orc MKX core.
Yeah.
Approximately 3,200.
Yeah, 3,100. And I'm thinking of going for the woodland. I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, hold on. I got booted off the thing. You said Willa looks okay, and the Core Arctic looks kind of cool too.
Yeah, I mean, we could go Arctic. I'm gonna go Woodland. I'm gonna try and build a Woodland set.
Okay.
And purchase the same for arms, legs, and helmet.
Actually, hold on. I'm looking at the display really quick in the virtual simulator. Okay, torso's been purchased. I went with the Orc MKX Core Arctic. Oh.
That sounds perfect.
Alright. Which one do we want to do now, Lex? Do we want to do legs, helmet, arms, what?
The whole set.
Gotcha. Okay.
I have finished my purchases. Let me equip my new gear. And this is me. Let's see. Okay. Not bad, not bad.
Weird.
Looking sharp. Mr. Fricks looking sharp.
All good, all clear.
All good, all clear. Let's move out. Okay, now, I don't know, honestly, if we have any Are you still having problems getting out?
That's a negative. I got out now.
I don't know if we have any weapons shops here, so we might have to improvise on that one, Twix. Yeah, we'll have to improvise on that shit. What's the info
Loud and clear.
Okay. Alright, let's get back to the ship. We don't actually have a weapon shop on here, so that's gonna be a bit problematic. We'll have to improvise this shit, okay? How do we get out of here actually? Metro center, through here. Any update on Jim?
Negative. Give me 1 second.
Sure thing.
The heck is going on here, guys? Are we lagging? Oh, that's weird. Weird. All right, 10-4. Let's go ahead and continue on here. All right, so armor's fully equipped, all squared, ready to go. No signs of Jim. Seems like it's currently just me and you. I think Jim went to restart his processors units on his visor.
For exciting deals on all your favorite brands.
10-4. What about Arsenal? Are we gonna be okay? Like, what kind of mission are we conducting here?
Oh, we're gonna do some close combat. Right now,
10-4.
due to the military state of it, there is no weapon shop here, so we'll have to improvise and use the
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
Like an android. 10-4. Bum 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 dum dum dum.
This is me, tricky. Cadet.
Now arriving from TISA Spaceport. Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding.
Boom 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 boom.
You're looking sharp, Cadet. You're looking sharp.
Oh, not so bad yourself.
Hurston Security reserves
Thank
the
you.
right to search travelers at any time.
You have a weird smart on your face, sir.
Next stop, TISA Spaceport. Now arriving, TISA Spaceport.
There we go.
Step when disembarking the train.
All the way there.
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not lock doors. Step away from the
Yeah, I'm gonna call on the freelancer. Okay.
Copy that.
accept any person employees as passengers without valid travel papers.
Convex. Elevator. Welcome. About time you joined, sir. I can't work with such an attitude. My life is gonna be in your hands. Get your head digging. Get your head.
Sometimes it's the hand of life for the life at hand.
That is true. Words of wisdom. Spoken by fucking
Or wisdom of the word.
Cadet, I need you. I need you to have your head in the game.
Airport.
One wrong move, and that's gonna be the end of us. Ideally, try not to kill yourself already. We're not even there.
Oh, that is a negative.
Hello, how can this help you today?
That's cold.
I have to call us out of here myself.
Heck is going on? Oh shoot.
Engines on. Shield on. Weapon systems on. Shield charging. Shield charge complete. Systems on.
Am I clear to take off?
Yeah. Everything's good. Give me 1 second. You're all clear. Go ahead.
That's scary.
Oh yes. Oh my gosh, my my visor is feels like it's skippity skip.
Yeah, I
This area is it's a little insane. We're going backwards. Oh, straight up. I got you. Go ahead. Facing straight up altitude. Oh, great. The AI talks back. Lovely. Just what we need. Rogue AI. Right, absolutely. Abort.
10-4 is any accepted, or do I need to share?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. The thrusters are pretty loud back there.
Do I need to share the contact again with you?
You said share the contact with me again?
There you go, share the contract with you.
10-4. I don't think I'm seeing anything. I think I might have it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead and check it.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, for is this the HDSF Ismail?
I don't like this tricks. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't like this at all.
Quantum travel complete.
Landing gear down.
What's the status of our shields? What are our shields at?
Currently, shields are going to be at 94%. Oh wait, is it? Negative 100%.
That's good. Let's hope we don't need that, okay? Altitude is 6.4 K. We're descending towards the surface of the planet. Our contact was updated. We need to eliminate 8 hostiles. Sorry, we need to eliminate 8 hostiles. I'm gonna try and take as close as we can without risking the safety of our ship and our own. Give me just 1 second, please. I need to step in my head for just 1 moment.
Up for it. Hey, Cortana, do you have a... right, absolutely, guys. Absolutely, that is crazy.
attack position. Are you with me, Tux?
Head for it.
We are 10 kilometers away from our target. My bad. Sorry. Let's go for a smooth approach. We have a sandstorm, and so that's gonna be problematic. Just a second, I'm gonna step away for a moment. My bad. So not intentional. Are we okay to approach?
Head for it. 5,000 meters out.
Fingers crossed for smooth approach. AK, so they don't have bloody turrets.
Oh,
Shoot it.
whoa! Shots fired! Shots fired! Shield's still at good capacity. Therefore, watch the trees.
Forward shield under attack.
Are we still getting shots fired? Shields look like they're still at 100%. We're good.
Landing successful. Engines off.
Engines are off, but the shields are up. We're going for some matrix. Check your weapon. I have my energy pistol 30 bullets on it.
Head for it. Give me just a minute. It's been a while.
The heck was that, Rex? We're 3 clicks away from the location. It's really wind outside. I'll need you on my 6.
Oh no, everything's pending, guys. 10-4, stand by, hold on.
Take your time. do you copy? This is TV to Alpha 1, do you copy?
10-4, go ahead.
The turrets are still targeting our ship, but our shields should hold, in theory. We're 3 clicks away from the enemy target. Proceed with caution.
10-4, I currently only got 30 bullets equipped currently with my handgun. Do you remember how many hostiles we might have on site?
At least 8 hostiles. We'll have to subdue 1 hostile at a time and utilize their own guns against them.
10-4.
So make sure you aim correctly.
I'm at your 3 o'clock.
10-4. The city leader approaching the hostile compound 2.9 clicks away. Staying hidden in the bushes. We don't know the layout of the land and we don't know if we will have any hostiles along the way to the compound.
Alright guys, we got 30 bullets.
I advise keeping our lanterns off for now.
10-4. Alright guys, here we go. Oh.
Alpha 1, do you have a visor of around 60? Because my,
That's an affirmative, yeah.
yeah, my visor is at 20. I would suggest you take lead.
10-4. Beep, 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 beep. My gosh.
What's your 6?
Alpha to Bravo, currently 2,700 meters out, over.
10-4. On your visor, if you have like numpads 1 to 9, if you use numpad 1, that's gonna showcase your character doing go-go animation. I don't know if you knew that. There you go. And that one is to halt. Like if numpad 2 is to halt. There you go. So we can, if we need to be sneaky, we can like. Amateurs 9. Should we? Oh, I'm hearing shots. Did you hear that?
Affirmative.
Careful, I'm saying this out. Oh, this is this is bad. Keep in mind on your visor, if you press C, that's gonna open your. Don't do it. That's gonna use your med if we need to. Okay.
10-4, I currently don't have any.
Oh, that's bad. I don't think
Indeed.
I have any.
Affirmative. I believe when we were horse playing, over.
Big time. I think we are so underprepared for this shit. that's gonna be a big no-no for us. Would you
Yep,
agree
right.
to pick up the pace? Okay.
That part.
This wind is killing me.
Same here. It hurts.
Yeah. We are fucking miles away, for the love of God, Rex.
Right. Project Zero, right. Absolutely. Hold on, guys. I switched scenes. Sorry about that, guys.
I'm gonna wait for you to reach my 30. Then we can go together. Alright, you lead the way, I'm following.
That part. United Nations.
We won't fuck this up. We can't fuck our first mission.
Once we get close enough, we'll just proceed with caution, try to mark the enemy's location, and take it from there.
As far as the intel goes, the enemies are like underground, so we should be good. We just need to dodge the fucking turrets. Fingers crossed, but those turrets are anti-aircraft, so we should be good until we actually get downstairs. According to our intel.
Yeah, for hopefully the intel was correct.
Yeah, we can't fuck our first contract with Hurston.
Right.
This is gonna be a big stroller. I think we can still pick up the pace. Trust me on this one, yeah, let's go. I would have felt a lot more comfortable if we had Jim with us.
Yeah, for
Now that I'm thinking about it, we could have taken my little car, put it in the back of the Freelancer.
that would have been great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up now. It's a very nice thing.
Always right, you know. What's your visor at? Mine is at 20.
Apparently, I'm waiting for my vitals to go down.
Alright, what's your visor at?
Apparently at 85, 80.
Holy Christ, mine is at 21. That's, you definitely will take lead in this fight. Almost there. We ran half the way.
See turrets firing. What they firing at?
Oh shit, let's hope that the Freelancers' shields are gonna hold up. We do have like double the shield power, and they're not constantly firing, so I'm hoping that the shields will regenerate in time. If not,
Really? Okay.
the landscape is beautiful, you gotta admit. What do you think of the landscape of Hurston?
Actually, looks pretty good. A lot better. Did not expect this. This is actually interesting. Our turrets fired.
We're almost there, and I'm not feeling any comfortable at all.
Right. You don't mind? I'm gonna step behind this tree and take a quick potty break.
Definitely, I'm gonna take cover here.
That part. Hold on, guys. All right.
Okay. Ready to move? Are we ready to move?
Affirmative.
Go, go, go.
What just happened to me?
What's going on?
Oh, negative. I'm good. I'm good. Okay.
Those turrets.
All right, guys, we're moving inbound right now to the turret's location. We got to be very careful. But I'm going to be on your 6. Looks like we got a storm coming inbound. Winter advisory. Be advised. Nightfall. Not a confirmation on when that might be.
For right now, my advisory is at constant 20.
The import.
Cross is gonna say that we are guns, check your ammunition. We're going down and we're going big time.
Be advised. Are you being shot at?
Negative, but they're shooting towards something. Go to right.
Import.
Forest.
Left forest looks like trees are taking undergoing fire.
God, don't get in that way because you're gonna get fucking shredded to pieces.
10-4.
I need to catch my breath. I need to catch my breath. Shots fired, shots fired. On me, on me. Hold ground. You ready to move?
10-4.
Go, go, go.
Looks like we got a pretty big rock here to hang out behind if you like.
Negative, we're pushing, we're pushing.
10-4.
Look at this beauty, look at this beauty. That's a turret. I repeat, that's a fucking turret.
10-4.
On me, hold. Hold. I swear to God. Okay, I'm not comfortable with that big shit over there. We're going around the back to the right of it. Go, 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 go.
10-4. Are you sure that's not a anti-turret?
I don't know what type of turret it is. I'm not gonna risk it.
10-4. Judging by the rotation speed, we should be good at this angle.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, boy, you're gonna have another turret on the rooftop there.
Careful. Hold my position. And on me, on me.
What's that? What is that?
Awesome. Move. Stay close to the building. Stay close to the building. Weapons ready. Stay sharp.
Report. Looks like we spotted the entrance.
Fuck.
Anything?
So far, so good. Going outside of the door.
10-4. Is it clear?
I don't know. I'm gonna peek. So far, so good. Go to the next level.
10-4. I'm going on your right side.
I got you covered. Go, go, go.
Room's clear for entry. Reaching.
Careful. Bridge. Moving in.
Looks like we got an elevator here to go underground.
Alright. Lantern zone or off? How do you want to do this?
Could get dangerous as soon as we get down there, so we gotta be careful. I'm gonna go ahead and take cover at least behind this wall here or something. Ted Ford, thanks for the comforting advice. Over. All right, guys, here we go. Oh shoot! All right, left flank clear.
Clear.
Left all good.
I got you right.
Ted Ford, am I clear to go across?
Yeah. Go, go, go. Alright.
Ted Ford,
Take cover. I'm gonna take cover here.
let me know if you see anything.
Time we have a look here. You have a bogey on your right around 3 o'clock your time.
Ted Ford, which direction they facing?
They're facing outwards, so they don't see us yet.
Ted Ford, I don't have any silencers.
This is a no silencer deal. Do you have visual on the target?
Ted Ford.
Are you ready to take him out?
I'm taking a look now. I do see enemy spotted. Alright, we don't know if he's alone or not.
If, by the way, if you use your visor Q and E, use that.
10-4.
I need you to step back towards me, go up towards me, take shelter of these boxes here, so we avoid friendly fire, okay? Boxes
10-4.
in front of me. Boxes in front of me. Go, go. Alright, ready to take a slam into the chest?
10-4. Did you want me to how did they train us on melee combat? Is it worth it, or should we just eliminate the target by lethal force?
I wouldn't risk getting in the open. Let's just fuck. Hold, give me just a minute.
10-4.
Alpha 1 CCB, that I need you to hold for 2 minutes. I repeat, I need you to hold for 2 minutes.
10-4. I'm staying out of visual.
10-4 CB. So give me 2 minutes. Alpha team.
Come on, keep under pressure! Take it to him! Take it to him!
This is team leader. Alpha team. Trix, do you copy? Shit. Alpha team, come in. Trix, do you copy?
10-4, stand by.
10-4. You scared the fuck out of me. The suspense is killing me. What's your status?
Well, that went smooth, did it?
Are you okay? What's your status?
Yeah, for I'm currently on a bed here.
Are we ready to move in?
That's a negative. For some reason, stand by.
10-4 standing by. Trix, what the heck just happened?
Seems like there might have been a malfunction.
Shit. This is gonna be bad. This is bad.
Damn, for it's gonna be very bad. Looks like I'm about 700 kilometers out.
Fuck. Do you have a means of transportation?
Possibly. Bear with me just a moment. I'll get you info on that.
Should I engage? Or should I wait for your arrival?
I could be there momentarily. I'm not too far out. Where am I supposed to go? What if I, Hey, where am I supposed to go here? Oh wait, we got stairs. Alright, B, C, exit.
This is gonna be bad. Tango is moving. Tango is coming towards me. Shit. Trix, do you copy?
Step for a lot of clear.
Yeah, I need big shit. I have 3 Tangos near me. They haven't spotted me yet, but it's just a matter of time. I need backup immediately.
Deals on all your favorite brands.
I see one over there. See another one over there and another one over there. Oh. Shit, this is bad.
Good job.
Maybe this is like beyond that.
Currently hiring in multiple departments. If credits are tight, we even
What's your
offer
status?
a credit advance for new qualified.
Currently, I'm heading to the bays now.
Fuck. What's your
Welcome
advice?
to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, space
What's your
port,
advice?
and industry
Should
line.
I engage?
Well, from according to our intel, we had about 8
Travelers at any time.
8 hostiles. I don't know what's your
I had visual on 3 of them. One of them is just moving to. Oh, fuck my life.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks.
right, guys.
Yeah, one of them just moved to.
I
Now arriving from TISA.
got a question for you guys. Like right now, I got the GTX 1080 Ti, right? I don't want the 2080 Ti because it's expensive, but I was looking at the 2080 Super and whatnot.
I'm in a big boo-boo. I'm gonna lie.
Just be careful.
I'm gonna engage. I have no other choice here.
First and search travelers at any
Should I
time.
engage? Should I wait? What's your call here?
I think it's time to activate Order 66. Over.
Next stop, TISA
I'm
Spaceport.
fucking up.
10-4, don't worry. I'm already on my way. I'm on the train station right now, taking it to the...
One is down. One is down.
10-4, 10-4. Oh, snapperoni.
I'm using a bat. Shit, I think another one is down. Oh, this is bad. Holy fuck. 2 tangos down, I repeat, 2 tangos down.
Now arriving. Please have spaceport. Please watch your step when disembarking the train.
Jinx, I fucked up. I should have engaged everybody. I should have engaged.
Your fellow travelers. Do not lock doors.
Inshonat. Took 3 of them down, repeat, took 3 of them down. I am my pants right now.
Watch out, I'm headed to the exit right now.
Another one down, I repeat, another one down. I'm bleeding, I'm hurt.
Consult local employees.
Therefore, you got 4 hostiles remaining. Hangar 6, guys. Hangar 6.
This is Eldar. Do you copy?
Copy. What's your status?
This is Eldar. Do you copy?
10-4, we copy. It wasn't 7.
I might have gotten a little crash here.
Oh no.
Oh shit. Black screen. Waiting to see if anything.
Yeah, it still shows 4 out of 8, so that's pretty good.
I took 4 out with just my pistol. I literally ran out of bullets, dude.
Yeah, we definitely were not. Yeah.
Oh shit, dude.
I forgot which freaking hangar number I had to go to.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, this was, yeah, definitely we
Yeah, I mean, if we had yeah, well, like I said, we had 3 of us, would have been good.
yeah, it would have been. I mean, look on the bright side, more money for us. But I don't know if we can actually finish this shit because my game
Right.
is at the black screen. My game is at the black screen right now.
Oh no.
Dude, quick question: did you like for real purchase Battlelord, or are you just toying? with it?
Yeah, I got it.
I mean,
I just gotta install it, but I'll do it later.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, we need to.
Thank you, Project Zero. Thank you so much.
Like the whole team, like I'm not like the whole fucking 5-6 people. Holy shit. Yeah, my game is not responding to it.
No, I'm gonna try to finish this first.
Sure, can take all the money, you son of a gun. I'm joking.
Actually, I could just wait here. Can you join back in?
I'm trying. I'm exiting to main menu.
Bro, you know, I was doing benchmarkings on my graphics card, and it's very upsetting.
Bro, yeah, again, you're getting good FPS and stuff. I mean, you might have tweaked a few things that you shouldn't have.
Well, no, just when I ran tests, though, it's saying that it's running below standards, and every time I benchmark, I'm looking at other user scores, and I'm getting less than what they're getting, and mostly got the same rig setup. So I don't know what's. I think it's just the one that I've gotten is just not the best manufacturer one. I was an idiot, but that's okay. Like, I looked at the 2080, and it's only good if you're running higher resolution, and you know, for what I've seen, the TX 1080 Ti actually has more CUDA cores than the 2080. But the 2080 has, you know, the newer technology and the higher resolution support. But they said if you are running higher FPS, RTX is better. I don't know, man, but I don't want to spend that kind of money. Where can I sell my 1080? Like, what's a good place to sell it?
I don't know. eBay? Amazon? I shouldn't know. I can't get back in game. Fuck. It's full, the server is full.
Oh, wait a minute. I just hit left bracket. What did you do?
Oh no! You literally changed servers for the love.
Oh.
Oh, give me just a sec. Give me like 3-4 minutes tops. Okay, I just need to quickly go to the bathroom. Okay, give me just.
Okay.
Be right back. Be right back.
Made a big boo boo, guys. Big boo boo. But thank you, No Project Zero. It was Hanger 6. You were right. If it takes me back to the main menu, we'll just get back to this another time. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just loading now. Wow. Yeah, it took us back, guys. It took us back. So, oh, what can we do with this? That's pretty cool. We can't grab the glasses. Okay. All right, guys. You know what? I think we're gonna cut it short. It's already getting late. Yeah, we might have to cut it short here, guys. Screw it. All right, well, we'll get back to this later. Thank you so much for everything, guys. I really do appreciate it. You guys have a great night, and I will catch you guys here in the next broadcast. But until then, see you guys. Bye-bye.